How are you all doing? I hope you're all doing well. Just let me get things set up here. Had a good time over the weekend. It was kind of funny. Mom and I usually butt heads because we're of different views at this point, but I showed her the original Lilo and Stitch. Not the very, very original footage, just what the current stuff is of the original, because there was like a minor edit. And other than that, it's just basically the same as it was in its original airing. So just one minor change, and that change was first seen in the UK edition. So yeah, I showed her that, and she kind of liked it. So I'm glad that she did. I didn't ask her if she liked it more than live action that she saw, but she liked it. Well, let's check out what today's question of the day is. Favorite charity, huh? I honestly don't know. I didn't know the last time it was asked, and I don't know this time either. Let me get things squared away here. Alright, looks like it's up. Let me take care of this before I continue on with my other stuff. Oh. Okay, it wasn't logged. I thought I stayed logged. Oh, damn here. Okay, good. There we go. Now that we got that. But yeah. Wasn't able to answer the charity one the first time around, and I don't think I can answer it this time. Let's see. Alright, that should do it here. Okay. Got message and such, so now it's just time to get it shared out. Also make sure that I don't have to deal with that. Okay. There's that one. Worry about that one. And that one. There's that one. That one. That one. Kind of bummed I didn't get a easy question day this time, but oh well. That happens. Alright, got that. Alright. I'm gonna go get a drink, and then I will pull up the game and we can get started. Be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me get things situated over. Looks like I didn't miss anything in chat, although I did forget about telling you guys about question of the day. So just keep in mind, if you don't see it, then the command in the stream title should bring it up for you and you can answer it. That was my fault for forgetting to remind you all. Okay. Go. Yeah. Time to get this up. All right. Here we are. Hey, Mira. How's it going? You just made it in time for the beginning of stream. And I hope everyone else is doing well, too. I'm doing pretty good here, just excited to get to the game. That's good. Glad you finished the chores. Now you're about to see what it's like when I am the wolf. So, here we go. Alright. Here we are. Mochi didn't seem too fazed by her death. He was too busy helping Yasunaga cope with it. Oh, you are, huh? I thought you didn't like it as much as the first. Though. As for Haru-chan...
兄ちゃん、無理しないで。この椅子座って。座布団は毛布とかいる？
Oh, that's good. I just remember that you liked only like one little portion of it. But then again, the TV versions that are usually used in anime are kind of different from the full versions that you can get on Apple Music or Spotify. Let's see here. E-chan, don't push yourself. Sit here. Do you need a cushion or a blanket?
Yeah. いいよ。大丈夫。
It's fine, I'm alright.
もっち、元気の出る薬草とかないかな？
Oh, I see. That makes sense. Let's see. Mochi, do you know any herbs that make people feel better? What the? Let's see, there's a bunch of things like that, Haru. Yeah, Mochi here. It's Mochi, the one in the dress. And Haru, who's that girl there, the brown hairs. Asking him about it. Mochi was the one that I said we should throw out the window earlier too. Not earlier in this stream, but in a previous stream.
Oh. 昼でも探すかな?
Guess I'll go look for some garlic or something. What the? Yeah. And I'm curious here of why he would look for garlic or something. I don't know what properties garlic has in terms of toxins and that. Because they did ask for herbs.
昼? 嫌よ、そんな気持ち悪い。
Garlic? No, stop. But of course, I shouldn't be surprised that I don't know too much about garlic in terms of medicine and such, since medicine's not my specialty. It's computers. Though, of course, people in the computer field, the true specialty is information gathering in general. That's a good reaction for Haru. She was overdoing it. When she appeared unnatural, wasn't she supposed to act even more shocked than Yasunaga-kun? Well, kind of, she was, because she was close to the victim that just died last stream. And unfortunately, for us, the player, who's supposed to be a wolf in this, we weren't the cause. So everyone should be a bit disturbed, but at the same time, Haru does know what happened. feeling uncomfortable about this, I continued preparing the food when Takumi-san spoke up.
もうみんな知ってるだろうが、昨日死人が出た。
As you already know, someone died yesterday. And I wonder how they're gonna take this. At this point in the story, if you guys were with me the last stream, if you haven't, it should be available in the VODs, depending on when you're watching this. Might be the VODs that aren't on Twitch, but that just depends on how soon you guys look at this. And last stream, the person that died kind of offed themselves. And so I'm wondering if the participants in this Roots Feast are gonna get hysterical and think the wolves did it. But at the same time, it wouldn't be smart for us to reveal that she offed herself.
寄生してたちえみが死んだ。
It's Jamie. Our girl died, and so soon after coming home. There was some silent noise. Kaori-san muttered Jamie's name, while I created a gloomy expression.
言った通りだったな。
Told ya. Oh my gosh. He's not surprised at all, but I'm sure he's gonna be surprised once he learns the truth, if he ever does.
そうか。俺はどうも奇妙だと思ってる。
You did, but I think this is weird.
あんな殺し方、人にできますかね。まるで獣のような。
Can a human kill like that? It seems animalistic. Again, I wonder why he's doing this. Like last stream, I was impressed with how observant he was and how professional and polite that he was about going about all this, like listening to everything of the explanations and then picking it up as an observant individual. But he's not impressing me right now, but that could just be because this point in the story, it's more so focused on the dramatic irony of how we, the audience, already know how Chiemi died, and these guys don't. So that could be going for this angle. Huh? Dumbass.
どうかされたんです堀部さん。
What's wrong, Oribe-san? Don't you fold under the pressure, Oribe. You're a wolf just like us.
いえ、この辺で人を襲うのはイノシシかツキノワグマだけですけど、まさかそんなのまで。
Nothing. It's just that the only local wildlife that attacks people are boars and moon bears. Did something like that show up? Well, nothing in her words is expressing what happened, because she knows what happened too, just like the rest of us in the audience do at this point. It's just more so, can she keep her cover? And with her acting like that, it just seems like she might not be able to. But that just depends on how quickly these characters pick it up on her moods and such.
いや、そういうんじゃねえ。おやっさん、何か心当たりあるか？
That's ain't it. You know anything, old man? Kind of weird translation here, what they did, because I want to read it as that ain't it. But it says that's ain't it, and it just sounds weird to me, but since it's just a piece of dialogue, they're probably doing it to get his natural way of speaking here. I don't know about that. It just seems weird, though.
ね
No. That was the end of the exchange. Had she masked her blunder well? Well, we don't know. Just depends on how well the other villagers pick up on it. Making the wolves say things that only they could know was a good way for the humans to find them out. Mochi had fallen for it last time, and there was no guarantee I wouldn't slip up while I talked. I had to make sure I didn't fall into the same situation as she did. But beasts? Badgers? Was her body attacked by the bringers of corruption afterwards?
一応写真は撮ったのですけどね。
I did take a photo.
繰り返すが、外に出るとき消せよ、おっさん。
I'll say it again, delete it before you leave.
ええ、それが必要なら。とりあえず必要があればどうぞ。
If that's necessary, if you wish.
方はおすすめしませんよ。食事前だし。
If that's necessary, if you wish to see it, go ahead. I don't recommend it to sensitive people. We're about to eat after all.
絶対やめた方がいいです。
I really don't think any of you should look. You could tell by her expression that she'd seen it. She looked like she wouldn't touch food the whole day. Whether we looked or not didn't affect our chances of being found out, so I just raised my hand.
わしも
Me too. He and I were the only ones who looked at it. The others surely believed looking at it would do no good. I took a look at the back monitor of Hashimoto-san's camera, an expensive digital eye model from just last year. Yeah, it was completely different from what I'd seen. It was actually pretty close to the results of the corruption I'd seen in the previous feasts. And this is creating a bit of a conundrum here. Because we saw Jamie do the deed herself. And yet, it looks like the corruption. That's actually gonna be pretty interesting how they're gonna pull this off. Because I thought the corruption didn't affect people that died. Let's see. It was a mountain of chewed and torn up meat and bones. It made me nauseous, or at least I acted like it. It did. I was used to it at this point.
ひどいな。
That's awful.
こりゃ
Oh, this.
狼じゃないの。
Is it wolf? He'd actually said something other than the wolf is coming, and even asked something yet. Hold on, I thought I saw something. Okay. Nothing important. Let's see. In response, Kanza-san just grunted and clearly displeased. He wanted to use this as evidence to hang the wolves in the feast, but there were some problems. One of them was that Shamie seemed to have died to the corruption. It didn't make sense.
じいちゃんは、
汚れを受けてしもうた。
Chi-chan received the corruption.
はい。これは、物意味の金を
Yes,
破
it,
られたのでしょう。
yes, it appears that she had broken the law of sheltering.
でも知恵姉がそれを知らないわけないでしょ。知恵姉もお話は怖がってたんだから。
But there's no way Chiene couldn't have known that she was scared of the stories too.
どうして
Indeed, how did this happen?
僕に用があったのかな。だから僕の部屋の前に。
Did she have some business with me? Was that why she was standing in front of my room?
思い当たる件は
Anything come to mind?
なんなら避けられてると思ってたし。
Nothing. It even felt like she'd been avoiding me. What? Was the idea that she'd committed suicide about to be glossed over? Well, they don't know what happened, so it's kind of a bit expected that they would go about this way. Only we, the audience, and the wolves know what happened. But we don't know how it ended up as corruption, so that part's a bit of a mystery. Was it because they didn't find the gun? That would be lying right now would be dangerous.
とにかく予想もしてねえことだ。飯食ったら片付けてその後どうするか相談しねえと。
Anyway, we didn't expect this. Let's eat, clean her up, then talk about what to do next.
待ってください。私、専門家じゃありませんけど、現場保存ってものがあるはず。
Wait, I'm not an expert, but shouldn't we preserve the scene of the crime? Well, we should, yes. But of course, if you take enough pictures or video, that wouldn't be too much to deal with. It just depends, but yes, professionally, they do want to preserve the crime scene as best they can.
片付けないと不都合があるのですか？
Would it be bad to not clean it up?
俺らの感覚じゃな。犯人探しより今そこに転がってる死体を片付ける方がずっと大事なんだよ。
To us, it's way more important to get rid of the corpse in front of us than finding whoever did it.
なるほど。
I see.
橋本さん。
Hashimoto-san?
言う通りにしよう。ああ、ムロさんと牧島さんがその片付けをなさるんですか？
Let's just listen to them. Oh, will the cleanup be done by Muro-san and Makishima-san?
ああ。
Yeah.
じゃあ、僕と Q ちゃんで食堂周辺を見回っていましょう。皆さんは食堂からあまり遠くに出ないようにする。
Then Q-chan and I will watch the dining hall's surroundings. The rest of you try not to wander too far away from here.
その方がよくありませんか？
Isn't that for the best?
さん、どう思う？
What do you think, old man?
でけえの猿だったな、お前。
You're the monkey, aren't you?
ええ、
Yes.
見回りは任せる。何でもいいから獲物持ってけ。
I'll leave the patrolling to you. Bring whatever bites.
なるほど。わかりました。
I see very well. Hashimoto-san pointed out the necessity for patrols came out as a reliable volunteer and became even more trustworthy. On the other hand, he was giving himself a way to talk to Mamiya's son in secret. Was it his way of separating her, whose identity wasn't confirmed yet, from the rest of the group? I had to calm down. The first part of his move was obviously great, but I wasn't sure about the second one. Hashimoto-san was an active player, but I couldn't tell which of his actions were intentional and which were coincidence.
というわけで、食べられる人は朝ごはんを食べた方がいいでしょうね。
So
僕は
anyone
行きたいな。いいですか？
So anyone who can eat should do just that. I would like to have some too, may I?
はい、もちろん。匠さんも大丈夫ですか？
Yes, certainly. Would you like some too, Takumi-san?
かおりさん、もちろんいただくよ。
Yeah, of course I'll have some.
本当に食べて大丈夫なのかね？
Can we really eat this? You had to say that now of all times?
てめえ何が言いて？
The hell are you saying?
私も別に不要な気遣いをしたくてしているわけではないがね。
I'm not trying to be needlessly considerate.
実際に人が死んだ。迷信に従って。そんな状況だからこそ、迷信ではなく、適切な疑念を持つべきだ。違うかね。
Someone died today because of superstition. At that, that's why I believe we should throw away superstition and act appropriately.
何言ってんだてめえ。まさかババアを疑ってんじゃねえだろうな。
The hell are you talking about? You suspect in the hag?
まあ、
Oh dear. Unlike how he was so far, Kinosuke she spoke those words without any sarcasm. Had he read the mood and chosen to be the either resentable but not wrong kind of character? No, he wasn't that
よ
considerate.
しすぐやめろ。野里さんは今回、正しい。
Yoshisugu, stop. Nasato. Son isn't wrong this
言って
time.
んなら兄貴は黙ってろよ。
If you're gonna mope around, then shut up.
母さん、味見はしたよね。
Mom, you tasted it, right? Something wasn't right here. Why was everyone so sharp so early in the game?
ええ、もちろん。
Of course. Good, Carrie-san understood what they
で
meant.
も、もう一度いただいた方が良さそうね。
But I think I should try again. Nice, good
いえ
job.
僕がいただきます。
No, I'll try it this time. This was my time. Everyone wanted to suspect me over anyone else, so I had to eat before they did. That was the only way to make them understand that I didn't add any poison to the food. Unfortunately for them, we weren't pulling anything like that this time. I tasted the food, then gave everyone a show of me rewashing the dishes, making them finally agree that the food was safe. We then had breakfast. Mamiya-san and Yasunaga-kun refused, while Haru-chan ate quite a lot, actually, and then Takumi-san and Kanzo-san left the dining hall.
それじゃあ、僕はこの周りをぐるぐる回って、警戒しておきますね。
Alright, I'll walk around and keep
危
watch.
険な獣がいるかもしれないから、ここを離れない方がいいけど、閉じこもってばかりも体に毒だ。
There might be dangerous beasts here, so you should stay inside as much as you can. But shutting yourselves in isn't good either.
声の届く範囲で、自由時間にしましょう。
Consider this free time, but don't go where you can't hear anyone.
私も行くんですよね。
I'm supposed to go too, right?
他に誰か行くかい？
Anyone else want to come?
うん。じゃあ、僕らだけで行こう。
Okay, then. It's just the two of us. I didn't understand what his final words meant. What if accepting the offer was the right choice?
片付けましょうか。
Let's clean up.
ええ。
Okay. This was my job, so this was the right thing for me to do, right? By the time we finished cleaning up, only 5 people were left in the dining hall.
ナムシない大権現。ナムシない大権現。
Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass. Thus I offer homage to Shinai the Almighty, so peace may come to pass.
髪が跳ねています。
Mako, your hair.
ついてあげますから。
Mako, your hair's a mess. Come, I shall comb it. No, don't wanna.
うっせえ。
Shut up. Tai-san was in her praying mode, right? Rikako-san was busy caring for Mako, who seemed in a foul mood. Kinosuke-san seemed to want to call out to her, while Hiyoshi Sugu-kun just seemed pissed. The journos were outside, while Takumi-san, who'd returned for a moment, had left once again.
おやっさん、外の方を見て回るってよ。宴は昼過ぎにしようってことだが、なんかあるか？
Old man said he's gonna widen his patrol range. He basically said we're doing the feast in the afternoon. Got anything against that? Kinda strange that they're doing that, but alright. Because Kanzo wanted to get it over with quickly the last few times, if I remember it right. Just like yesterday, no one argued. People needed reasons to not follow an already established process. Yasunaga-kun was the one who pointed that out, and... Alright, ain't Takumi. He looked really drained.
ちっと話すか、ヤス。
Wanna talk, Yasu?
春、近持ち。ちょっとヤス借りるぞ。久石、香織さん。ちょっと俺ん家まで戻ってくる。
Haru Chikumochi, I'm borrowing him. Fusaishi, Kaori-san, I'm going back to my place.
了解です。
alright.
すみません。お気遣いを。
Sorry you have to be so considerate of
な
him.
んじゃねえさ。大丈夫か？
It ain't that, you okay?
大丈夫。
Yeah, I'm fine.
バカ野郎！昨日ああやって覚悟決めたんじゃねえかよ、兄貴！
Aniki, you dumbass, did you forget you were prepared for this shit yesterday?
誰にだって弱みってのがあんだ。お前だって母ちゃんがいなくなったら。
Yoshi, everyone has weaknesses. If your mom was gone, you'd also.
いや、縁起でもねえ。忘れてくれ、香織さんも。
No, that's way too dark. Forget I said that. You too, Kaori-san.
いいえ、私が言わなきゃならないことでした。
No, I was the one who had to say that.
俺は覚悟してる。
I'm ready. Takumi-san and Yasunaga-kun
バル
left.
ちゃん、その辺でなんか積もっか。
Haru-chan, let's go grab something nearby.
あ、うん。
Oh, okay.
霧が怖かったりしない？
You're not scared of the mist?
もう平気よ。
Yeah, I got used to it. Now that is kind of weird. Like, we know that she's a wolf and she went around with us in the mist already. But an important part of being in a position like her, she's gotta keep it masked yet. And I think she's kind of letting it slip a bit. Not too sure if it's enough to raise anyone's suspicions in this story at this point, but this could be a big blow to her later on. Haru-chan acting as weird as always left us alongside Mochi. This situation was clearly set up by Hashimoto-san. Everyone split up and were free to have secret talks. What was the purpose of this? Was I just overthinking it? Were they just taking the opportunity given to them with no ulterior motives whatsoever?
ひとまずこれでよし。久石さんも休んでらっしゃい。まだお昼までは時間あるし。
That's enough for now, Fusaishi-san. Go have a rest. There's still time until noon.
休んで、か。じゃあ僕もちょっと、外に出てみましょうか。
A rest? Guess I'll go outside then.
みんな出て行ってしもうて。黄泉の霧は汚れの元なのにね。
Everyone left. Don't they know that Yomi's mist is where corruption comes from?
ねえ。だからちょっと、みんなが心配で。見てきます。
There's that too. I'm kind of worried, so I'll have a look. Now, how would a good wolf spend this strange time? I couldn't think of anything. Was I a dumbass? Well, I did have some ideas, but they all seemed like bad moves, traps basically. Could I eavesdrop on someone's secret hid chats? It'd work when it was dark, but during the day you could see anyone within a whopping few meters. Could I just join one of their conversations? Wasn't it best to just avoid secret chats in the first place? Was it normal for wolves to be so paranoid? A part of me couldn't help but suspect that Mochi or Hashimoto-san was hiding in this mist. I couldn't see or hear anyone, so my brain perceived this world as empty. Before the unease and loneliness took over, such situations made you feel all-powerful. No one would blame me for anything I did. I could lay down in the road, go commando, shout out that I was a wolf, but all of that was just an illusion. Was this also some sort of trap to get a wolf to do something stupid? Or was this some sort of filter that caught those so paranoid that they actually believed stuff like that? Crap. I wanted to just scream and run around. I wanted to do something no one could predict. I looked up to the sky. And suddenly the ground vanished beneath my feet. Whoa. Ow. Basically, I'd walked over a small cliff. Since I was unstable and fell feet first, I'd ended up hitting my legs ass back and head on the ground below. Even if there were no feet, someone could actually die in the mist by accident, and I now knew that better than ever. As I tried to get up, I felt an intense pain in my leg.
やべ、ひねったか。
Good crap, it's twisted. This was so stupid. Also, the area below the plaza was clearly out of bounds, so I was breaking the rules here. Though this was an accident I hadn't planned myself, so I probably wouldn't draw any more suspicion than I already had. So I stood up.
何しとる、兄ちゃん。
What are you doing? I heard a voice behind my right side, and along with it something metallic. I instantly raised my hands, but the pain that came over me made me groan. Ow. Ow. I nearly fell to my knees out of pain, but I was afraid that he wouldn't tolerate any sudden movement, so I just slightly bent my body.
落ちたか。
Fell?
はい。
Yes.
ひねったか。
Twisted it?
はい。すみません。どうしよう。
Yes, sorry, that was clumsy of me. Another metallic sound followed by a few different ones. I had no idea what they meant, so I just became more
まあ
tense.
抜いた。安心せえ。
I took out the bullets, it's fine. I slowly turned to the right. Kanza-san now had his gun over his shoulder, not ready to fire. That let me finally relax, but my leg still hurt. I might have sprained it.
歩けんか。
Can you walk?
少し休めば。
After a little rest.
左か。
Left side?
え
Yes.
どれ。
Here. To my surprise, he rested the gun in a more comfortable position, then came up to me, crouched, and lent me his shoulder. He seemed much shorter than me, but that was probably an illusion caused by his posture. We were probably about equal in height. Also, his body was a whole lot more solid than mine. Every part touching me seemed covered in hard muscle. Well, shouldn't be too surprised. He's a hunter, so that should be normal. I wasn't too fond of the idea of being punched by this beast. Now that I thought about it, all wolves so far were physical weaklings. They even needed guns to make it through a direct confrontation during the day.
すみません。迷惑を。
Sorry for the trouble.
慣れてねえなら、おとなしくしとれ。
If you're not used to it, don't do it.
はい。
Okay.
お前、狼は誰だと思う？
Who do you think the wolves are? This I want to see the response to, because we're supposed to keep it hidden out. We're the wolves at this point. It's us, our guy mostly, Usaishi, Haru, and Kaori Oribe, they're the wolves. So I wonder how Usaishi's gonna answer this. This wasn't like him either. He really didn't seem like the type of person to ask that kind of thing here, of all places, and from the person he trusted least.
皆さんから見れば、僕なんじゃないですか。こんな時に外から来て、素性も知れなくて。
From everyone's perspective, it's me. I came at such a suspicious time you all know nothing about me.
てめえがうさんくさいのと、狼かどうかは関係ねえ。
You're shady, but that's got nothing to do with being a wolf. A considerate response from him, something wasn't right here. What was I to do here? This is definitely strange. It's like everyone grew a brain! Just because Hashimoto is in the game. This is kind of an interesting development here. But at the same time, since we know who the wolves are, because Usaishi is one of them, then it's gotta be played out like this, since the goal here is to try and survive the longest without any of the other characters finding out. Got it. Okay. Kind of an interesting thing here that they've got. But let's see what goes on here. Talk about her love life. Or Haru's love life.
あ、はるちゃん。
Oh, Haru-chan. The moment I said that, he stopped walking. It made me put more weight over my left leg, making me groan in pain.
あるが、どうした？
What about her? His grip seemed to become unnaturally stronger.
昨日、あれだけ霧に怯えてたのに、今日はらしくないとは思いましたけど。
Well, she was really afraid of the mist yesterday, but now she's not. It doesn't seem like her. Now this kind of seems a bit strange here. Like, yes, Kanzo-san doesn't suspect Fusaishi yet, but since he's revealing what we already know to Kanzo, I'm not really getting what he's on about. Like, it's not enough to lead him to say that Fusaishi's definitely the wolf, even though we know Fusaishi's a wolf, and we also know Haru's a wolf, but why does he say this so much just to make it a point that they can use later on? Nonsense. So he doubts that too, huh? But Kanzo seems to be a lot more of a thinker this time, because he's pointing out things like, yeah, you're shady and such, but that doesn't make you a wolf, and he's also saying nonsense about this change in Haru. But so far, it's just kind of strange why Fusashi would note himself and Haru, two actual wolves right now.
そうなんです。
So it is like her?
女言うもんは男と子のためならこだわりを捨てる。
If it's for men and children, women throw away their hang-ups. For a moment that sounded like sexism, but then I realized it could be interpreted as criticism of men who often clung to their biases no matter what. I think that's more so humans in general rather than just a man or woman thing. Because a lot of times people just aren't the smartest, and yeah, women might be more alert and such when children are around that they have to protect, but that doesn't mean that they'll make smarter decisions. So yeah, I kind of get how Fusashi's feeling about this one. That aside, analyzing his words made it clear that Haru-chan's change was because of a man. How can you go about that way? Like, yes, his words make it there because of a man, but we don't know about that yet.
ああ、安永くんですか。
Oh, Yasunaga-kun?
はるちゃんは安永くんが好きなんでしょうか。
Does she like him?
みな、そう言うとる。
Everyone's saying that. Everyone, huh? That was the countryside for you. Love stories had nowhere to hide. Poor Haru-chan.
でも安永くんはちえみちゃんが死んでショックなようでした。
But Yasunaga-kun was very shocked that Chiemi-chan died.
若いもんのすいたキロータは面倒なもんよ。いつの時代も変わらん。
Youngins' hates and loves are a bunch of trouble that never changes. He resumed walking. Basically, he was wary of any suspicions directed to his granddaughter because of some worthless, childish soap opera stuff. I could totally understand. The truth was that she was actually a wolf, and she was acting like that because she was overdoing the plan I'd set up, so the suspicions were completely right. In other words, those suspicions could fade even quicker if someone presented an even simpler story as an alternative.
実は僕もちえみちゃんのことが少し好きになり始めてたんです。
I actually was kind of falling for Chiemi-chan too.
霧が出る前ですけど、彼女に今、お相手はいるのかって聞いたんですけど、どうやら、いると。
Before the mists came, I asked her if she was seeing someone, and she said that she was.
で、当然外の町の方にいるのかと聞いたら、そこは濁されて。
I then asked if he was in some other town, but her answer wasn't clear.
どうやら、相手に二股をかけられてるから別れようかな、とか言ってまして。
But, she also said that he was cheating on her, so she was thinking of breaking up with him. What a sudden change. That true? He gripped my arm really hard, and I grimaced at the pain in my leg, looked straight into his wrinkly face. Hey.
聞いたかどうかなら本当です。ただ、彼女が本当のことを言っていたかは知りませんよ。
It's true that she told me that, but I don't know if she was telling the truth.
それに、彼のこととはわかりません。
Also, I don't know who the boyfriend is. Could be someone else. After looking at nothing in particular, he turned away from me.
安永くんはいい子だと思いますよ。
I do think Yasunaga-kun is a good kid. He didn't give any sort of response. Alright. I just sown the seeds of malice. Once I returned to the dining hall, Tyson took a look at my injury.
だから外に出ん方がええって言ったのに。
We told you not to go outside, foolish child. This one kind of has me a bit frustrated right now. Like, yes, she has a point in there here story-wise, but at the same time, I'm like, well, you guys have got to go outside sometime, not just to your place of residence, but even to hunt and get your stuff, because as far as I know, you guys are still relying on hunting and farming for your things. And in general, a lot of us have to get out sometime and do it by our own feet and whatever means, but some others are like too sheltered and not understanding that, or they don't realize that you even know it.
すみません。本当に危ないですね。もうずっとおとなしくしておきます。
I'm sorry, he is dangerous. I'll just stay put now.
それがええわよ。
As you should. Tyson brought a hand towel from the counter and skillfully bandaged my leg. She'd even put some weird leaves on my skin. Apparently they helped with sprains like this. She then took a wet towel and a plastic bag and applied it to the wound. It was a substitute for ice, and it worked better than you'd think. Despite this being a medical matter, Kinosuke Shii refused to get involved. Orthopedics weren't his specialty, apparently. The empty pride he displayed when saying that actually calmed me down. It was very like him.
お怪我は胸が痛みますが大丈夫じゃなくて
It pains me to see you injured like this, but I am glad that it does not seem so bad.
ご心配おかけして。
Sorry for worrying you.
ふさゆきさん、骨折？
Did you break your leg?
難しい言葉を知ってるね。でもこれは捻挫。
So you know what broken bones are, huh? Anyway, no, I sprained it. Sprained?
ねんざ。
S-P-R-A-I-N-E-D. Or sprained. I'm not too sure how that's supposed to be interpreted.
で、だ？
Strained? Was he that bad at talking?
痛いの？
Does it hurt?
すごく痛いよ。
Yeah, a lot. It's a punishment. Punishment? Did I hear that
ふ
right?
さゆきさんに天罰！悪いことしたから！
It's a punishment. You did something very bad. Well, the only foolish thing that we did was we went out when visibility was poor and we fell because of that. But why are you so confident that it's punishment, Mako?
濡れ衣だ。どうしたんです今日。
No, I didn't. What's gotten into you today?
すみません。今日はどうしてか。
I am sorry. I do not know
こんな調
why.
子で。
I am sorry. I do not know why, but she has been like this all day long. She really did seem like she was in a bad mood. Had she seen something? I was worried for a moment, but Mako didn't say anything more. She just continued being sulky. What was her deal? Eventually everyone returned, and this ended up being nothing major. My injury was actually the biggest event. Some were worried, some picked on me, some scolded me for not being careful. Their reactions were varied, but it didn't look like anyone suspected me because of it. Yeah. It's nice that people were worrying about them. I know people worry about me too. Like, I can't say that I know exactly what it's like in his position right now, but I got pretty close. Like, say something a bit worse. Like, I've shown you guys my bad arm quite a few times, and my leg is kind of in the same state of that as the side of my arm is, so I had an experience of experiencing having a break on broken bone in this side of my body right here, not this arm that I'm playing with, obviously. It's just the leg, and the usual treatments for that isn't so great for me because I did get a brace for broken bone, so that would stay as it should, but the thing was, I couldn't do anything on my own with that brace on because it just made it so hard to move around. And so a lot of people are much more lucky in that regard because they've at least got one good leg remaining when they break the other. Not me, though. So pretty much, this would have me out for much longer than it would Fusaichi here. And that's why people worry more about me getting these kinds of injuries than most other people. See, Yasunaga-kun was in a better mood today when Haru-chan and Mochi brought some foraged goods. He thanked them with a smile. There was debate about whether we'd actually eat the stuff. Tai-san said something about the corrupt mist. Kyonosuke Shi considered the possibility of there being poison plants, etc. We chopped it all up, put some sauce on it, and the volunteers, the children, Hashimoto-san, and the industrious food critic, Mommy's-san, ate up. Nothing happened, of course. Because of my injury, no one wanted to go outside anymore. An hour after lunch, Kanzo-san said it was time and we began the feast. Drink more, it'll hurt less. Drink more? Not too sure about that. Like, maybe it's doing it to dull the pain, and that's why it was used a lot. I know about it having some properties related to this just because they used it a lot to dull pain in the past. At least from what I've heard. I don't know that for sure. I just heard it being used like that, so I shouldn't be surprised he's making this suggestion. But at the same time, it's just a bit kind of confusing. Half grinning in response, I drank more of the divine sake than usual. As far as I knew, though, alcohol wasn't good for you when you were injured. Well, it also affects your balance after a while if you've poisoned yourself enough. So it could make an injury worse. Thus the feast started.
なんであんなことになった？安永、考えはあるか？
First of all, let's talk about Chiemi. What happened to her? Got anything, Yasunaga? Takumi-san started out by giving the lead to Yasunaga-kun, who readily accepted it. They probably decided on this during their secret talk. He gave several ideas. Chiemi could have accidentally wandered outside on some errand. She also could have not returned home for some reason. And lastly, Chiemi could have been killed by the wolves who wanted to make it look like the corruption did it. Well, we know that neither one of those are right at this point, but it's kind of funny that they're already suggesting it, because we could actually do that very thing after the feast tonight. Would be fun if we could, but they're just giving us ideas at this point. That was when Takumi-san mentioned that you couldn't stay awake even if you wanted to, and Yoshisugu couldn't vouch for that. With that, everyone agreed that it was unlikely that she'd accidentally gone outside. That talk was similar to the one we'd had when talking about Mamiya-san's death last time. However, unlike this time, it had been a given that Mamiya-san had returned to her room once, so we'd reached the conclusion that she, a person who didn't end up sleeping, was a wolf. The idea that Chiemi didn't return back home to begin with had me forming a certain theory. According to Chiemi from the first loop, you could be outside until 8 in the evening. Yesterday I'd woken up at about 10 p.m., meaning that anyone in their rooms between 8 and 10 p.m. would go to sleep, or rather be forced into sleep. That was when the wolves would be woken up, get in the wolf outfit they were given during the night, and do their deeds. From what I could tell, the humans would stay asleep. That was why they were always killed without putting up a fight. After that, the wolves would return to their homes and be forced to sleep again. But that doesn't explain what Kaori did the last loop. Like, we got the idea that the wolves kind of put that list in her throat, so she didn't technically swallow it, but they had to have noticed it at some point. So, it's all just kind of strange at this point. Then the wolf outfit would be picked up and they would wake up the following morning. The Feast of the Omi Purge wouldn't work without the sleep function. However, I knew for a fact that people could die just by being outside their rooms. The first time it happened to Mamiya-san and Hashimoto-san, who'd wanted to spend the night in their van, while Yoshisugu-kun was torn apart because of his own recklessness. Last time, if you excluded Mamiya-san, a wolf, Yoshisugu-kun suggested going outside right after everyone went to bed. The first time, he'd probably gone outside long before everyone was forced to sleep. Basically, if you were in a room at a certain time, you would be forced to go to sleep. That was probably the true meaning behind the shelter taboo. It was just a prerequisite for the main factor in controlling the feast, dreaming, or in other words, sleeping. That was why those who didn't shelter would be eliminated by the bringers of corruption. Looking at it that way, I felt I could see the cunning logical truth behind Great Lord Shinai. Anyway, the main matter right now is Chiemi. I had no idea how she could survive outside until she committed suicide, but I would just assume she did. I also didn't know if she was waiting for the wolves or just happened to encounter us when we went to the dorm. However, it was clear that she'd been outside the whole time. Yasunaga-kun also believed that and said so to everyone. His own idea was that it was actually a murder made to look like a rule violation, was dismissed because Chiemi's futon wasn't even spread out in her room. That meant that she hadn't even intended to dream last night.
つまりヤッスンは理由はよくわかんないけど、チエ姉が死んだのは事故みたいなもんで。
So you're saying that you don't know why, but Chie's death was like an accident?
狼は誰も殺してないってことを言いたいのかな?
And the wolves still haven't killed anyone, right? Yes. After Yasunaga-kun explained his position, he interjected. He was a passive participant, but really good at it. Most of his few words were on the mark. He was also the monkey, so no one had to worry about him trying to mislead people.
狼はやっぱり殺すのをためらったってわけか。
So you're saying that the wolves themselves hesitated to kill? That's what I think. That misinterpretation was actually good for us. Yeah, it was, and that's their kind of first slip up, but if they didn't slip up like that, this would just be kind of boring in a bit, because it's supposed to keep us on our toes to do this, since we're the ones that aren't supposed to be found out this time. Though we didn't plan for it, we got rid of a human and there wouldn't be a hanging today as retaliation. At least a part of me hoped so. I don't think so. Kanzo-san argued against it, of course. Why? It's too good for the wolves. Sharp.
そういうためには、チエ姉がどうしてあなったかわからないと。
I see where you're coming from, but we must know what really happened to Chiemi before we can say that. It's the other way around, say it, Yasu. Huh?
夜に人が死んどる。普通は狼の仕業じゃ。そうでないなら、はっきりと示さんか。
Someone died at night. Normally it's the wolves doing. Just say it.
でもあれは汚れだと。タイバーや狼じじいも言ってたじゃないですか。
But Taiba and the old wolf man said that it was the corruption. Yes, they did say it was the corruption. But we know otherwise, and we're supposed to stay silent among this stuff. So let's see what comes up about and see if they explain why Taiba and the old wolfman said it was corruption.
私はそう思ったがね。
That's what I thought, but
難しいことは。
That's what I thought, but it's difficult. The wolf is coming. Ain't good enough for me.
チエ姉が布団を敷いてなかったのはどう説明するんですか？
Then how do you explain why his futon wasn't spread out? It don't matter much. Actually, I think it does matter quite a bit. Like, sure, I'm seeing this from the view of one of the wolves, so I know that to be the case, but if I were sitting with them right there, not in a wolf position, I would say it definitely matters. An answer to that question.
大したことですよ。
Yes, it does.
ヤス、ちょっと黙れ。
Yasu, shut up. Kanzo-san's words were full of irritation, if not anger. It brought a change to everyone's expressions. So Kanzo-san is kind of slipping right now. But then again, he was never the observant type. I would expect Hashimoto to kind of agree with Yasu, but I'm not too sure if he's going to. I was the only one who could see this rationally. After all, I was the one who caused this. I presented him with an unproven personal matter between me and a deceased girl, maliciously giving him several ways to view it. One of them led to the conclusion that Yasunaga-kun was a dirty cheater who played both Chiemi and Haru-chan. I'd led Kanzo-san to that convenient idea without putting myself at any risk. So it's doing this so that he would want to hang Yasunaga, huh? I wasn't expecting us to avoid today's lynching to begin with. Thus, I would instead gain their trust by just leading them to the truth.
もう一つ可能性があります。
There's another possibility.
ジェームちゃんが自殺をした可能性です。
Jamie could have committed suicide. Okay. It's nice that he's bringing up this point too. Like, given the facts and everything and the futon, it sounds reasonable for him to bring this up without seeming suspicious. But as long as he keeps it at that and doesn't describe anything else, that should be fine. The idea shocked everyone, but it was actually easy to explain. It was true after all. Someone who'd commit suicide wouldn't prepare their futon, and since the suicide was enough bloodshed for the night, the wolves didn't kill anyone else. It was an answer that let people combine the idea that the wolves didn't kill but planned to.
ならどうして遺体があんなにひどいことになっていたんですか？あんな自殺方法があるとでも。
But then why was her body in that state? What kind of suicide leads to that?
自殺死体を狼が見つけた後、特に何もせずに放置した。それを山の獣が荒らしたとすればどうかな。
The wolves saw her body after she'd committed suicide and just left it there, letting the local beasts have it. Does that make sense? Alright, another good phrasing. It kind of brings out the truth without revealing that we actually saw her do the deed. So hopefully he can keep up this one, because a lot of the times when I see stuff in crime fiction and such, people in the guilty party that we're supposed to break the alibis of, they don't do this part right. They slip up, and a lot of people do. That's why police want stories repeated in that, so that they match up and have something to go on. But they eventually all slip is what goes on a lot of the times. Still, I'm liking what Fusaishi is doing here.
そんなもんこの辺りの山にいるか、おやっさん。
We got beasts that could do that in this area, old man. He wanted to prove that the wolves were out for blood, but his knowledge as a hunter denied the possibility of there being such beasts here. So I helped him out.
こんなこと考えたくはないんですが、化け物、ええ、あるいは神とかそういう存在かもしれません。
This isn't something that I wanted to consider, but it might have been a monster or maybe a god.
考えてもみてください。汚れを与える存在は実在するんです。初日に犬がいっぱい殺されていた
think
事実です。
think about it, there's definitely something that brings the corruption. There were lots of dead dogs on the first day,
あ
right?
れをやる存在が夜そこら中をうろついてるとすれば、死体を見つけて同じように破壊する可能性はある。
If there was a being that could do that around the area, it could easily find Jamie's body and do the same.
それは読み人とかムジナとか本物のヨモツオオカミとかそういうものかもしれません。
It could be Yomobio, badger, or a real wolf.
汚れをもたらすのは確かにそういうものかもしれません。
Well, it is true that there might be something spreading the corruption.
恐ろしい。
Oh, how terrifying.
いたずらに不安を煽らないでくださいよ。
Usaishi-san, please don't needlessly frighten people.
そのつもりはないんだ。ただ何か未知の脅威があるのは確かで、
That's not my...
注意
That's
すべ
not...
きだし、
That's not my intention. I actually do think there's an unidentified menace around these parts, and we should be wary of it.
死体が損壊した理由にだってなり得る。それは注意すべきじゃないか。
It could be the reason why the corpse was destroyed. Shouldn't we keep that in mind?
それはそうですか。
Well, you're not wrong.
待てって。仮に千恵美が自殺だったとして、それで狼が殺す気だったかってのもわからねえだろ。
Wait, even if it was a suicide, there's no proof that the wolves wanted to kill, right?
それに千恵美は自殺するような玉じゃねえと俺は思うぜ。
Also, I don't think Jamie's the type to commit suicide. Well, she did to Kumi, but we're not supposed to be outbursting saying that she did, otherwise that would out us. Plus, Jamie herself is kind of a mystery already.
そうだ。知恵姉は自殺なんてしませんよ。
Yeah, there's no way she would kill herself.
まあまあ、皆さん落ち着いてください。
Please calm down, everyone. So he joined in. How would he handle this?
僕の意見を言ってもいいでしょうか。
Can I give my opinion? Go ahead.
もちろんだ。
Of course.
僕、こんな図体ですが、一時は戦地でカメラマンやってましてね。いくら悲惨な現場も見たんですが。
I not look like it, but I used to be a cameraman in a war zone, so I've seen many gruesome things.
マジかよ。
Seriously?
で、専門家じゃないから何とも言えないんですが。
Yes, and I'm not an expert, so I can't be sure.
彼女の遺体、頭部だけ妙に散乱してて、壁の上の方まで飛び散ってるみたいなんですよ。その写真も撮ってあります。
But it looked to me like her head was shattered. Oh, not like her head was scattered in a strange way. Some pieces even reached high up the wall. I even took a photo. I wonder what he's gonna say about this, because it's gonna be nice to see what he says on this. We know that she used a gun already, since we're the wolves at this point. But I want to see what he has to say of how things could end up like that.
重装っぽく見えるんですよね。大口径の銃のチキン弾。
It looks like a gun wound to me. A large gun at that, and from point blank range even. Oh my! He's kind of right on the money there. So he is definitely observant. Sharp. A few people looked at Kanzo-san. It was a fitting reaction considering he had a gun and he grunted in
ああ、
response.
いえ。牧島さんがどうってことじゃないと思いますよ。
I don't believe it has anything to do with Makishima-san.
どういうことだ？
What are you getting in that?
上に吹き飛ぶ状況ってやっぱり口にくわえて撃ったのかなって。大きな銃ならだいぶやりにくいと思いますが。
The only real situation when blood and other things can fly up high up is when someone puts the gun in their mouth and shoots it. It'd be pretty hard to do with a large gun.
誰かが殺すなら水平か、あるいは上から下に撃つ方がありそうですから。
A murder would more likely be at an even angle or down, at an even or downward angle. Yeah, he is kind of in the, definitely observant. Like, yes, he's a cameraman and such, so he should be, but he's like the detective or one of the detective's assistants and how observant he is.
となるとやはり久石君が言うように自殺なんじゃないかと。彼女って銃を持ってたんです。
That makes me think that Fusaishi Eikun is right and it was a suicide. Did she have a gun? No.
聞いちゃいねえな。
Not that I know of.
わしが聞いて治療の免状は取ったと言うとった。
Never heard if she did, but she said she's got a hunting license.
マジか。それじゃあ散弾銃なら持てたはずだな。
Seriously? Then she could have had a shotgun.
地位は筋が良かった。猟をやらすなら地位だと思っとった。
She had guts. If I was gonna have someone go hunting, it'd have been her. Kanza-san's tone grew lower as he displayed an unexpectedly high opinion of her. The story that she was being cheated on must have hit even harder than I thought. Jamie really did have a place here. She must have gotten a license because she thought so herself. That could only mean that the gloomy talk from last time.
だってここには私の居場所なんてないもの。
But there's no place for me here. It was just nonsense from a wolf.
いや待て、おかしい。それならなぜ銃が残ってねえんだ。ちえみの部屋にも銃弾なんてなかったぞ。
Wait, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't she have a gun then? We didn't find anything in her room either, not even bullets. I was curious about why there was no gun too. But there were no bullets either, or shells. They were with the rest of her stuff last time. Did they mess up while searching or something?
部屋には鍵はかかってなかったから誰でも入れたわけですよね。
The room was unlocked, so anyone could go in, right?
いやそうだが。
Right.
一番危惧すべきは狼が銃と弾丸を持ち帰ったということだと思うんです。
I believe we should fear the worst, that the wolves took both the gun and the bullets. That was when Momya-san took over.
実在が不確かな銃を必要以上に恐れるのもどうかとは思うんですが。
I do understand that it doesn't make complete sense to fear a gun that, for all we know, might not
でも
exist.
この後各自の部屋をざっとでも見て回る必要があると思います。
But I believe we should check everyone's rooms. Why go that far? Because as far as we know, only Konzo and Chie should have guns. Mochi might, but we don't know how he got his gun.
それで見つかるように隠すかは怪しいけどどう思います？
I'm not so sure if they would hide it somewhere so obvious. What do you think?
探す姿勢を見せることが大事です。
I think it's important to show that we're willing to search. Let's do it. fine by me.
待ちたまえ。うちをそんな理由で荒らされるのは少々困る。古い猟銃が出てきてもおかしくないし。
Well, wait, I don't think you should look around my house for such a reason. There might be old hunting rifles that had nothing to do with
後ろ
this.
暗いところがあるんですか？
Do you have something to hide?
でもまあ確かにおっちゃんは銃とか持って帰らなさそう。そもそも持ってそうだしヘタレだし。
Honestly, I don't think he'd take a gun with him. He probably already has one or two and he's got no spine.
貴様はしかし、ああそうだ。正直死体からそんなものをもぎ取るなど考えただけで吐き気を催すね。
Chikamochi you, but he's got Chikamochi you, but he's not wrong. In fact, the very idea of taking something like that from a corpse is making me nauseous.
臆病長者が死体が怖えんだろ。それで医者もできねえって聞いたぜ。
Chicken afraid of corpses. I heard that's why you can't make it as a doctor.
違う。私は。
No.
黙りなさいよ、すぐ。野里さん、どうかご無礼をお許しください。
Alright. So he did say, no, And here we are. Stop it, Yoshisugu. Nasato-san, please forgive him. So he really was afraid of corpses, man. The guy sure was hard to make use of. But that doesn't answer how he was so insane at the end of the last loop. Because he didn't seem to have much problem there. Still, there was no reason for us to be afraid here. After all, we weren't the ones who took the gun. I could only assume it was Great Lord Shinai again. Thanks to Hashimoto-san, just about everyone now agreed that Chiemi had killed herself with a gun. Proof was a very important thing. People of Yasumizu really had to realize that by cleaning up the corpses right away, they made it harder to find out the truth. Even Yasunaga-kun accepted that Chiemi had committed suicide. He was now muttering something like, "Chiene, why?" Hanzo-san looked at him with extremely intense eyes. If you connected the story from before with the suicide, you could assume that it was the result of the love triangle drama. After all, she'd committed suicide in front of Yasunaga-kun's room. With that settled, Takumi-san spoke up again.
で、結局、今日はどうするんだ？作るのか、作らねえのか。
Let's see, so what do we do today? We're hanging in or not? After a moment of silence.
殺したんじゃない。だから、約束通り、処刑はしないべきだ。
She wasn't killed by the wolves, that's why we shouldn't lynch anyone.
死人が出たら、くくるのが約束じゃ。
We said we'd hang if someone died.
狼が殺したんじゃない。
It wasn't the wolves.
よろしいですか？
May I say something?
なんだ、植松。
What is it?
私には芹沢様が雲の精神を発揮されたのではないかと
I believe
わ
that
からないのです。
Serizawa-sama was acting on the spider's mentality.
なんだそれ。
Huh? What do you mean?
汚れをその身に引き取る雲の精神によって他の皆々様を守られたのです。
She took the corruption in herself. She protected us by attacking. No, she protected us by acting like the
聡
spider.
明で勇敢な芹沢様ならばそのよう
Why
な
is it-
行動に出られるのではないか。
Wise and brave as she is, Serizawa-sama could easily do something like
詳
that.
しく教えてください。
Tell us more.
つまり 昨晩、自ら進んで血を流し、他の保護者の皆様を守られたということならば、
Last night she might have drawn her own blood to protect those with guardians among
も
us.
ちろん、芹沢様は、狼の来訪を目の当たりにして、
She might have committed
なったのではないでしょうか。
she might have committed suicide after witnessing the arrival of the wolves.
ちいちゃん、あの子は乱暴じゃったが確かにそういうまっすぐな優しい子でもあったんよ。
Chi-chan, she might have been violent, but she was honest and gentle too.
そういうんじゃねえ。知恵ねえは本物の肝っ玉を持ってただけだ。
It ain't that Chie. He just had guts.
じゃあやっぱり狼は殺す気で近づいてたってことなの？考えすぎじゃない？
Then were the wolves really planning to kill her? Sure you're not overthinking it?
ただな、確かに知恵姉が自殺する理由なんて他に考えられないんだよね。
But honestly, I can't think of any other case in which Chie would commit suicide.
何がありゃ、その相手を撃つ方が知恵ねえらしいってんだよ、あるね。
Arune, if Chie didn't know what to do, she'd shoot someone else before herself. She knew exactly what she was doing here.
いつも学校で僕らを体を張って守ってくれたのも知恵ねえだ。
And she always stood up to protect us in school, didn't she?
知恵姉、
Chie.
どうするんです？処刑をする方向に話が進んでますよ。
What do we do? It's looking like they will want to hang someone today.
最低限するかどうか。
I would want to vote on it at least.
橋本さん、
Hashimoto-san.
僕も君も生き残らないとならない。脅威の排除が必要ならやむを得ないのかもしれない。
We must survive. This might be necessary to accomplish that. But
もしそういう理由ならと、芹沢さんはカゴ者じゃなかったろう。蛇のカゴ者は生きてて情報をつかんだことになる。
if that really was a reason, then Serizawa-san didn't have a guardian. The snake must still be alive, and here she has information for us.
加えて皆さんが狼の打倒のために覚悟と団結をできるなら、
And if everyone here can band together,
が違うことになる。
and if everyone here can band together against the wolves, then the situation is very different from how it was yesterday.
まあ僕も両親に従って殺人はしない方に一票入れるけどね。
I'll still listen to my
従うよ。
I'll still listen to my conscience and vote against killing, but I'll accept the results.
挙手でいいか。
Alright, we'll raise hands for it.
今日くくるものを投票で選ぶことに賛成の者は挙手しろ。
Anyone who's voting on who to hang, raise your hands. The old wolf guy, Yamawaki-san, Kanza-san, Kinosuke-shi, Takumi-san, Rikako-san, Mochi, Yoshisugu-kun, and I raised our hands. Interesting. The only ones who didn't were Kaori-san, Yasunaga-kun, Haru-chan, Mako, and the journos. So we got 2, and then 3, 4, 5, 6. So only 6 people didn't do it, huh?
もっち、
Mochi.
ごめんやっすん。でもなんか、知恵姉が仇撃てって言ってる気がしてさ。
Sorry, Yasun, but I feel like I gotta avenge Chiene.
そうなのかな。本当にそうなら夢ででも出てきてくれればいいのに。
Oh, really? If she really wants that, she could have showed up in our dreams or something.
そうだね。
Yeah.
9対6じゃ。ククルモン選べ。
9 against 6. Choose to hang.
勝たないな。あ、その場合、一人選んだら、そのまま処刑をして、すぐに解散なんですか？
Alright, so let's see. It said 9 to 6. Choose who to hang. Okay. Guess we have no choice. Oh, if we pick and lynch someone, do we just go with our own... do we just go our own ways then?
どうなんだ、おやっさん。
How is it, old man?
食ったら、宴はしまいよ。
The feast ends when someone's hanged.
じゃあ、その前に、大事なことを聞いておきたいんですが。
Then before...
ヘビのことで。
Then before that, I would like to say something about the snake.
もしヘビが今日、狼を見つけてるなら、名乗り出てもらっていいのではないかと。
If they found a wolf today, they should come out with it. What's your reasoning for saying that? Like, yes, it would help you guys in who to choose to pick a wolf, but that also gives our side a target to kill tonight. So it's not a good thing for them, it's more so good for us. But let's see what happens here, or if they ask him to explain.
そうですね。誰をくくるか選べるし、その後、雲に守ってもらうこともできる。
Let's see, that's a good idea. It would make it easier to choose who to hang, and the spider could protect them. Alright, so they're confident that the spider's around. But I still don't understand why revealing them right now, because we could also easily figure out who the spider is just from observation, but then again, that depends on us knowing the characters really well. And nobody's really standing out this much. Like, we know kind of how Mochi acts in a lot of them, but we don't really know who's who this time.
複数出てきたら嫌ですね。
I hope we don't get multiple.
出てくるよ、複数。昨日、織部安永くんが指摘した通り、一人目が名乗り出れば、ね。
Hold on, guys. Feels like I need a drink right now, so I'm gonna take a break. I might need the bathroom too, but it's definitely just a break to take a drink at this point, so I will be right back. You guys kind of take this chance to stretch too, and if you need something to do, be sure to check out today's question of the day. If you don't see it, it should be visible in the title of stream while I'm live, and I will check on that when I get back. With that, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me check on chat here. Okay, nothing in here really. Yeah, nothing to be seen. And over here. Okay. And nothing there. Alright. And we're gonna deal with something else here first. So, it'll still be a bit. Alright. Now it's time to continue here. Alright. So, just like Yasunaga-kun pointed out yesterday, we're bound to have more than one right after the first comes. Yeah, if the real one came out now, I would have to play the fake. But the real one wouldn't come out just yet. Hey Snake, you found a wolf? Doesn't look like it. That means the person that they found yesterday was a human.
ちなみに、今日の夜、優先的に調べられたいって人はいます？
I see, I see. Now, does anyone here want to be investigated before anyone else? Kind of interesting here. Like, there could have been a bit of time about this, but I don't feel like that there was too much of a time shift between these ones. Like, it could be more, and I'm just kind of not picking it up, but with how quickly this is, that this part seemed to be the hey snake, he found a wolf, and then the silence to wait, it just doesn't seem like too much time had passed there. So it's kind of a bit suspicious to me, since not only are we supposed to be concealing our identities as the wolves right now, we're also supposed to find out everyone's guardian, and that was just too quick for him to do anything. So, I don't know how it is. Like, I think that the tension here could have definitely been had better as an anime than it does as a visual novel like this, because I just don't feel the tension from that. Let's see here, I'll reread this one. I see now. Does anyone here want to be investigated before anyone else? For a moment, I almost ignored that nonchalant question, but a second later, I almost stopped breathing. This was an attack. had no idea why I thought that. But this was a deadly attack. What was I supposed to do about it? What was the right choice? Well, we are the wolves, so we don't want to raise the hand. Because this one should obviously equal bad end. So we'll say don't raise. I couldn't let myself be investigated before anyone else. Not when I was a wolf. It'd be bad if the snake discovered my identity, and having me become a topic of debate would be even worse. It was possible they wouldn't speak up about finding a wolf, but it didn't seem like silence was an option given the situation. Not to sound cocky or anything, but if I were taken down, the rest of the wolves would instantly fall apart. I wasn't supposed to raise my hand, right? And after much hesitation, I didn't. On the other hand, 5 others raised their hands. Kanza-san, Kiyonosuke-shi, Yasunaga-kun, Mamiya-san, Yoshitsugu-kun. Shit. When I saw who'd stepped forward, I understood the nature of the trap. I unconsciously glanced at the one who'd set this up and found him looking right at me with a smile. Yet another damn blunder on my part. It'd be late, but maybe if I raised my hand now. That's enough. Hashimoto-san had me totally beat. That said, I wasn't sure if everyone else would understand the point he was trying to make. But when I considered my current position... So that's how it is it? How troubling. Despite his words, Hashimoto-san didn't sound the least bit troubled. Wait, what's troubling?
そもそも皆さんは、みんな、調べられたいと思っているべきなんです。
First things first, all of you should want to be investigated.
だって、全会一致で調べられれば、自分が狼でないと、潔白の証明ができるんですから。
After all, if we're all investigated, you can gain proof you're not a wolf.
何か言えば、言葉尻を取られ疑われる。そんな状況で、潔白の証明は誰だって欲しいもののはずだ。
Anything you say here can be interpreted as a slip of the tongue and lead to doubt, so all of you should want to prove your innocence.
それなら、私も。
Then investigate me too.
あたしも調べてもらえんかね。
I want to be investigated too.
私も調べてください。
Please investigate me.
それなら俺もだ。
Me too then. You're talking up now, huh? Well, you already have my suspicions, Takumi. So, I don't know why you'd say that right now.
僕も。
Me too.
私も。
Me too.
よくわからんが、このブームには乗るっきゃない。
I don't get what's going on, but whatever, I'm in.
ええ、こうなるはずです。ここまで説明すれば、理解できた人は、大体手を挙げるでしょう。
Yes, this is the way it should be. Everyone who understood that explanation should have their hands raised now. Only the ones who didn't understand kept their hands down.
よろしいですよ。
You can put your hands down again. Everyone did as he said. It was unsettling, like Hashimoto-san possessed some technique that controlled everyone.
ただ、僕の予想と違っていたことが一つありましてね。
However, there was one thing that didn't go as expected.
最初から聞き手に回るつもりの方ならともかく、話し手に回りたい方は、もっと強く、 潔白の証明を求めるはず。
Those participants who plan to be passive aside, those of you who want a voice in the feast should want to have their innocence proven more than anyone else.
実際、野里さんや織部さんの息子さんもすぐに反応した。
Indeed, Nasato-san and Noribe-san's sons were quick to respond.
何か言うたびに疑われてはかなわんからね。
Well, I can hardly do anything if I'm doubted whenever I speak.
俺みてえな奴は、クソババアを疑っただけで怪しまれっからな。
Because guys like me look fishy simply for doubting the old hag.
そうそう、そういうね。
Yes, that's correct. Incidentally, those two were designated because they were the secondary wave of those who wanted a voice in the feast, but had they realized that? Naturally, Yasunaga-kun and Kanzo-san were the primary wave, and Mamiya-san could be right up there with them this time.
し
However,
かし、
however,
この後どう考えても、たくさん喋るだろうはずの方が手を挙げなかったのは、どうにも不思議で。
it is quite curious how those who should have a lot to say didn't raise their hands after.
俺は蛇の顔者です。
I'm the snake. I am the snake. Ah. So now we have this thing, huh? Well, sorry to say, Takumi, we're coming after you tonight. Because we know that he's telling the truth on this one. Just like he was the last time I was the snake. So I'm the snake and I am the snake. Shit, what horrible timing. I've been forced to out myself as a snake and with Takumi-san at that. I just barely managed to avoid falling behind his declaration, but that could hardly be called a silver lining right now. Fusaishi, you bastard.
狼だったのか。
So you're a wolf, huh?
ああ、ちょっと落ち着いて。しまったな。蛇がもう出てきちゃうなんて。
Now, calm down. Oh boy, the snake's already come out.
ちょっと待ってください。何ですかこの状況は。
Please wait, what's going on right now? Well, we just have to figure out who the spider is. Because now that I remember that they mentioned the spider has to go first. Because they'll probably be protecting Takumi, so, oh well, I guess they'll be able to wait another night. Please wait. What's going on right now?
俺が手を挙げなかったのは自分で自分を調べる発想が出なかったからだよ。
I didn't raise my hand because I never considered investigating myself.
僕は蛇だから蛇に調べてもらいたいと表明すること自体微妙に嘘になるのを気にしていたんです。
I'm the snake, so I was worried that announcing I wanted to be investigated by the snake would seem like a lie.
少しの嘘も許されない場においてどう振る舞うべきか悩んでしまっただけで。
I was simply worried how to act in a place where even the smallest lie is forbidden.
この場でぶちのめしてやる。
You son of a bitch, you want me to slug you right here and now?
着きましょう。
Calm down. Hashimoto-san rose partially to his feet, exuding a pressure that intimidated even a man as sturdily built as Takumi.
なるほど。お二人ともそういう理由で挙手をしなかっただけで、狼だから調べられたくないわけじゃない。
I see, so you didn't raise your hands for those reasons, not because you're wolves and didn't want to be investigated. Of course. Damn right.
二人とも誰のことを調べましたか？
Who did the two of you investigate?
お前だよ、ヤス。
You, Yasu.
それはありがたいけど。 人だったよね。
I'm grateful for that, but I'm human, right? Yeah. I see, so that was why he'd acted that way this morning and why he didn't out himself as a snake
それ
yesterday.
で、房石さんは
What about you, Fusaichi-san?
肝臓さんだよ。彼は人だった。
I investigated Kanzo-san. He's human. It may have sounded a bit too good to be true, but he was the only one I could see possibly backing me up. There was also the seeds of malice I planted in him earlier.
さて、どうしましょうね。
Now then, what are we to do? I was the one who wanted to complain. The snake had revealed themselves early, but this was a totally different situation from a previous loop where Takumi-san had done so on the first day. It was the second day, so not only had the power been successfully used once, but now a liar had been successfully lured out. The longer the snake survived, the better, but as a participant, they'd already drawn out more than enough information. So long as he was acknowledged as the real deal, that
俺が
was.
本物の蛇だ。
I'm the real snake.
僕が本物の蛇です。
I am the real snake.
お二方とも条件は同じ。
So you both are under the same
同
conditions?
じはずがあるか。こいつ嘘をついてんだぞ。
Like hell, the damn bastard's lying. Well, he's right. He is right that Fusaishi is lying. But this just makes you suspicious, Muro. Or I should say Takumi.
あなたの方が嘘つきだ。
You're the liar here. Indeed, without any contradictions between us, neither of us could be selected.
二人とも生かして様子を見るべきでは。
Why don't we let them be and observe how they act? Yasunaga couldn't reach to that conclusion, but...
両方くくる。
No, let's hang them both. He's still up for that same thing, so Kanzo hasn't changed too much. Yeah, of course this guy would say that. I guess trying to get him on my side was a bust.
それでも構わね
Yeah, that's fine with me. Wait, what?
え。俺はヤスが人だと知ってるし、おやすさんもきっと人だろうと思う。
I know that Yasu's a human, and I'm sure the old man's a human
この
too.
嘘つき野郎が、このタイミングで厚かましく仲間の狼を人として出せた気がしねえし。
I don't think this lying bastard would be brazen enough to claim one of his fellow wolves as a human at this
俺の
point.
知ってるおやすさんなら、狼になった直後に腹でも切って死んでるだろう。
And the old man Kanzo, I know, would have killed himself the moment he learned he was a wolf. I kept waiting to say that wasn't true, but unfortunately I knew nothing I said could convince
おや
them.
すさんとヤスが安全で、なおかつちえみはもういねえ。
You and Yasu are safe, and besides, Shamey's already
あと
gone.
は俺と、よく頭と口が回るらしい夫妻子がいなくなれば、
If me and this sly bastard are gone,
狼の頭目として残すとヤバい奴は、この中にいねえと俺は思う。
then I don't think there'd be anyone dangerous left to take charge of the wolves. Okay. The madness of the people of
こ
Yasumizu.
の連中は、狼の頭が務まるほど悪知恵が回る人間じゃねえ。そこは俺が一番よく知ってる。
No one else is crafty enough to be suited as the leader of the wolves. I know that better than
神
anyone.
谷さんだけは知らねえが、俺らをうまく回せるような太刀でもねえと思ってる。
I don't know about Mamiya-san, but I don't think she has what it takes to direct the rest of us as well. rest of us well.
起点不足ってことかしら。認めた方がこの場は有利かもしれないけど、100年。
Are you saying I'm not clever enough? Maybe being seen that way is a good thing in this situation, but it ticks me off.
違う。あんたはあくまでよそ者って立場と振る舞いのままだろ。そうする限り、他の安水の門を率いることはできねえ。
No, I meant that you're just acting as an outsider. As long as that's true, you couldn't lead the rest of Yasumizu.
なるほど。 じゃあ同意するわ。
I see, then I
と
agree.
いうわけで、
And there you have it.
俺をくくるのはいい。だが、不妻子の方が先だ。
Go ahead and hang me if you want, but get rid of Fusaishi
そん
first.
な話が通ってたまりますか。正しい蛇が生き残って、偽物が死ぬべきなんだ。
Like hell they'd fell all for that bowl. A real snake should survive while the fake snake and all the fake one
この
dies.
ために死ぬ覚悟がない奴は、狼だ。
Anyone who don't have the guts to die for the humans is a wolf. So pill to emotion, huh?
暴論だ。
That makes no
それ以上
sense.
は水かけ論でしょう。
Any further bickering is
投票に
pointless.
入ってもいいんじゃないですか。
Can we start the vote now? Go ahead. Damn it. It wasn't even a contest. The vote was 13 to 2 in favor of lynching me, crushing defeat.
すみません。春秋様。
I am sorry, Haruaki-sama. Rikako-san, the only one who'd voted in my favor on the grounds that those who claim to have guardians shouldn't be taken lightly, was the one pushing me.
気にしないでください。むしろあなたも僕の味方だと疑われることを考えたら優しくしてくれないでよかったんですよ。
Please don't worry about it. In fact, you shouldn't be nice to me at all. People might think you're my ally
あ
too.
なたもとはどういう意味かな、うさい。
And what do you mean by two, Fusaishi-kun?
忘れないでください、橋本さん。
Remember this, Hashimoto-san.
あなたが言葉尻を捉えるつまらない罠を仕掛けるから人は本物の蛇を失うんだ。
Your stupid trap that relied on pouncing what people said will have cost the humans the real snake. Kind of funny real last words, but not a bad way to go out.
そうだね。その可能性もあるかもしれないね。
Yes, that may indeed be possible. This man was insane too. His words lacked substance. Perhaps he'd gotten too used to insane situations and taken up a relaxed attitude to handle any gruesome circumstances. It made sense. I had been a sore loser and slipped up this time. He'd won. Rise not.
落ちなかれでいいのかな。
So I just say rise not. I would return. I was hanged and died. I swore I'd return. And when I did, I wouldn't let these people kill me. That thought repeated in my mind until my consciousness swiftly faded into the mist. Bad ending number 23. Watch the Hank corner? I think we should, because I need to know if what I'm thinking is right. You've done it now, eh, Chief? Typical werewolf of mistake here. Okay, so I probably did get it wrong where I thought I did. Well, avoiding it's simple enough, so let's get to the hint.
今回のバッドエンド23題してただ手を挙げなかっただけで死刑についてだが
Bad ending 23, lowered hand lynching.
大事がすでに示してるよな手を挙げれば OK だ
Well, as you may have guessed from the title, all you have to do is raise your hand.
取る場所は6暗黒の9挙手の是非は
Go back to 6 darkness.
わかりやすいはずだぜ
Raise hand, it's only one back, so it's easy to do.
つうわけで今回はここまで次も元気に死んでこい
Well, that's it. It for this time. Die another hearty death next time. Alright, so I was right.
夢だったってわけだ。
Oh well. It's kind of hard to see what the point was there. But either way, we were overthinking a lot. Alright, so darkness. There we go. Right here. Alright, so now we just have to raise our hand. As a wolf, I didn't want to be investigated before anyone else. Even so, I raised my hand. Not raising it might be seen as asking that I not be investigated. A total of 6 people raised their hands. Kanza-san, Kino, Usukeshi, Yasunaga-kun, Mamiya-san, Yoshisugu-kun, and me. Upon seeing who raised their hands, I instantly understood the nature of the trap. Those who wanted to have a voice in the feast simply had to raise their hands here. Being a proven human was necessary if you wanted to have influence and a voice here. The feast was a game of politics disguised as a game of logic. Since the murders couldn't be scientifically investigated, you had to present possible suspects purely on circumstantial evidence. This one here has me laughing that they say purely circumstantial evidence, because that is what ultimately convicts you of a crime. There is no other evidence that does it. However, whether the others believed that or not was up to them to decide. And since circumstantial evidence, no matter how much of it remained circumstantial, it was entirely possible to make a fool of yourself by treating it like direct proof. There was also the fear of death as well as religious faith. Not many people were capable of deciding everything for themselves in this situation. Those who didn't have confidence in their own decisions left the choice to others, specifically the popular, capable leaders. They were the ones who didn't raise their hands. They were too slow to realize how to react to this because they needed explanations and guidance from their leaders. Those who wanted to be leaders, on the other hand, were constantly waiting for opportunities to consolidate power by proving themselves right. Wait, what are you getting at?
例えばムロさん、この場全員であなたを調べることにする。明日同じように狼が出たら名乗り出るように言う。
Imagine that we all agree that Snake would investigate you today, and tomorrow we would ask them to reveal themselves if they found a wolf.
名乗り出がなければあなたは安全。以後下手に疑われずに済む。
If they don't reveal themselves, it would mean you are safe. You wouldn't be needlessly suspected. And of course, we now have a way of getting to the snake since nobody would know. So this actually ends up being good. So I'm glad I did that ending, or that bad ending, because now we know who the snake is. Oh, I get it.
今日も誰かが人だと分かったはずですが、名乗り出ない限り行かせませんもんね。
Snake found a human today too, but until they reveal themselves, that won't be of any use to us.
それは賛成です。
I approve of this too.
それなら、私も調べていただきたいです。
Then please investigate me as well.
私も調べてもらっていいかね。
Can you investigate me too?
私も調べてください。
I would like that too. Me too. Everyone else now raised their hands like the followers they were. Besides the monkeys, the ones who weren't raising their hands either didn't understand the situation at all, or missed the right time to hide their hope that they wouldn't be investigated. But we didn't have any of those. Both Haru-chan and Kari-san knew what they had to do. However, my only option in this situation was to raise my hand at the first opportunity. I had already done something to assert my wish to take a political lead. Besides that, I was a newbie who no one trusted, so I was a likely lynch target. Everyone probably assumed that I knew my situation. That was why I had to put myself ahead before anyone else. Otherwise, it would have seemed extremely likely that I was a wolf. Hashimoto-san slowly looked at everyone. He stopped the moment his gaze was directed at me. It wasn't stern or cold, it was as calm and gentle as always. But I couldn't help sensing a powerful will behind it. The will of a cameraman, an observer who wanted to know the true nature of his subject. This wasn't a battlefield of the wilderness or some restaurant selling unusual cuisine. But he was, as always, remaining an observer. He stayed at an appropriate distance, blended in with the environment, and focused solely on observation. And if he noticed something crucial, he would simply call it out. It wouldn't be that his words would prompt some other event. His attack would be over the moment he spoke. That was just how precise his observations were. Was I being paranoid? No. He was the real deal. A true threat to me. He tested me just now. Suspected me. In that case, what came next would be...
すみません。下ろしてください。
Sorry about that. Please put your hands down.
そりゃそうだ。後ろ暗いところがないなら、調べてもらって安全になりたい。
Of course you would...
当然でした。
Of course you'd raise your hands if you have nothing to hide. You would obviously want to be investigated and prove your
でも
innocence.
さ、誰を調べるんです
So who do we investigate?
僕個人としては、Q ちゃんを調べてもらえたら安心なんですけどね。
Personally,
疑われやすいし。
I would be more at ease if you were first. We outsiders are easy to suspect after
た
all.
だ、それは僕個人の気持ちであって。
But that's just what I want. Otherwise...
不妻子くんはどうかな。彼はかなり頭が切れるようだし、人の証明があればやりやすいだろう。
What about Fusaishi-kun? He seems pretty smart, so it would be good to know if he's human, right? I actually had to avoid being investigated by the snake.
なるほど。ということは、今日は久石さんは処刑の対象から外すと。
I see. That would mean that he wouldn't be an option in today's lynching.
そうなるね。
Yes. If I wasn't a wolf, this would be nothing but a kindness from a fellow outsider. I wasn't certain if he was doing this on purpose. However, I was certain of one thing. Yudai Hashimoto was my enemy. The most formidable among everyone here, in fact. All that hard work to save him, and now I had to kill him. Yeah, but we have to get rid of Takumi first, and I don't think that they'll have the spider or protect him at this point. But I had to do it to survive.
ぜひと言いたいところなのですが、
I wish I could say that's a good idea.
的に調べられるべき人がいる。
But there's someone here who should be investigated before me.
誰かな。
Oh, and who would that be?
匠さんです。
Takumi-san. This is how I'd handle it. It was a setup for a future attack.
匠さんはおそらく今後も ずっと中心的役割を果たしていくことになる。
Takumi-san will continue to be an important figure for the entire
彼が
feast.
人か狼かもわからない状況だと、みんな判断に困るでしょう。
It will be harder for everyone to decide on what to do if we don't know whether he's human or wolf. Well, we know he's a snake. But it's also a good thing that he's up to being suggested, because then we can keep the spider from protecting him.
それは。
That's...
まあ、その通りだろうな。声が大きい人間ほどよく目立つが、それゆえに疑われることもあろう。
Well, he's not wrong. The outspoken ones often stand out, which draws suspicion.
おそらく優先順位的には、匠さんと牧島勘三さんが同等くらいでしょう。
In terms of importance, Takumi-san is roughly on the same level as Kanzo Makishima-san.
僕は早々に生存証明は欲しいですが、自分の安全を全体の利益より優先させて、後でそれを非難されるのはごめんです。
I do want to feel secure, but I don't want to be criticized for prioritizing myself over the group as a
そ
whole.
れでも僕を先に調べてもらえるなら構いません。
I don't mind it. I don't mind if you're going to investigate me regardless. Do it, I say. And we shall take out Takumi.
あるいはこういう振る舞いをする僕が疑わしいなら投票してもらってもいい。
Or if I seem suspicious to you right now, you can even vote for me.
僕は皆さんの勝利を願いながらくくられましょう。その覚悟は昨日の晩に済ませました。
I don't mind getting hanged for the sake of your victory. I'm prepared for that possibility. I prepared for that possibility last night.
ちえみちゃんが示した勇気を彼女ほどかっこよくはないけど僕も持とうと思います。
Chiemi-chan displayed impressive courage in what she did, and I would like to follow her example, even if I wouldn't be nearly as cool. What the? I'm like, why are you saying this? Because it could out you anyway. Like, you're not saying anything more than what you did, but the way you're voicing it, Usaishi, you're not being as smart as you typically are. We'll see how things play out. It doesn't seem like a big deal that would out him, but it feels like it could. Haruaki-sama.
どう思うモッチ。
What do you think, Mochi?
匠にか。まあ確かにそうだな。
Takumi-ni, huh? Well, he's not wrong.
やめないこの人くくるの。
Hey, can we just not hang him?
私もこの子は狼じゃないような気がするけどね。
I also don't think he's a wolf. That went well? Haru-chan was kind of overdoing it, but as long as she didn't take it any further, it'd be consistent with her act so far.
なるほどね。それじゃ室匠さんを蛇の型に調べてもらう。
I see.
異論はないのかな。
I see, then let's have the snake investigate Takumi Muro-san. Any objections? Not at all. Because we can't have the spider protecting him at this point.
室
Silence.
さん本人もよろしいかな。
Are you okay with it yourself?
構わね
Yeah, I don't
で
mind.
はそれで。
Then it's decided. He couldn't push any further. Now it's time to vote. What a waste of time. Uematsu were voting.
記録をいたしましょ
Yes,
う。
I shall write them down. We continued talking for a short while. After that, but it was mostly pointless chatter about what we should do and if anyone had any ideas.
あのさ、どこかにカメラを仕掛けておけば、狼が誰かわかるんじゃない？
Hey, can't we find out who the wolves are by setting up some cameras?
それを今この場で言ったら、狼にもバレて意味なくなるんじゃないかな。
If you say that here, the wolves will hear too. It'd be pointless.
そうだね。
Oh, right. Haru-chan did as I told her, displaying dedication toward contributing to the feast. A decent amount of time had passed since we'd started the feast, and it'd probably end right before the evening. Takumi-san was silent. He'd seemed against hanging people on a whim at first, but something had changed him. Somehow. Yeah, something changed him somehow. Chiemi was like a fellow pillar of the community, so it must have hit him pretty hard. At this point, the only one clearly opposed to the vote was Mamiya-san, but even then, she only had a hand on her forehead. And so the vote began. You first, old guy. You listening? You. Me? Like a demon, scary, ee-hee-hee-hee. Whatever, old man Konzo, your turn. One for Yasu. Did I push things too far? Is it that weird to be opposed to lynching? You got a good head, could be just an act. Yasu ain't your enemy, old man. Can't trust that without reason. Takumi-ni, it's fine, move on. Then Botch, and your turn. What a burden. One for the journalist. There's two journalists in this mix though, so which one?
待ってください。私のどこが怪しかったって言うんです？
Oh wait, there is only one because she's the only one that's writing, so it makes sense. Wait, have I done anything suspicious?
橋本さんがそうなのはええけどね。あんたはまだようわからん。
Hashimoto-san is a monkey, but I don't know about you. Calm down, Q-chan.
大丈夫です。こういうことも想定すべきですし、ちょっと驚いただけ。
I'm fine, I should have seen this coming, I was just surprised. My turn.
狼じじいに一票だ。こんなこと言いたくねえな。この後に及んで適当なことばっか言ってるてめえは害悪だ。
One for the old wolf guy. I don't want to say this, but if you're just gonna say random stuff, even in this situation, you're a nuisance to all of us.
他のもんを疑っとるんじゃろ。
うい。You suspecting someone else, right? You sure? Huh? Cough, cough.
何言ってんのかわからねえ。次、香織さんだぜ。
I don't know what you're talking about. Kaori-san, you're next.
あなたはどう思う？
Yasunaga, what do you think? What the? Why are you playing it like that? But then again, we do hope that he's not gonna vote for one of the three wolves. So let's see what happens here. If I had to say he's gonna, Haru's a possibility, but knowing him, he's not gonna want to do that. So if anything, if he gets a wolf right, it's gonna be Fusaishi. But let's see what happens here. So, Yasunaga, what do you
誰
think?
に投票するか、先に言ってもいいんでしょうか。
Can I say who I'll vote for before it's my turn? It ain't a
僕
problem.
は、現状で確証を持った票を入れることができない。
I can't vote with certainty at this point.
ここまで宴に貢献していない人を選ぶことしかできない。僕の意見を鵜呑みにしてほしくはない。
With that in mind, I can only pick someone who doesn't contribute to the feast, so don't just follow me without thinking. Just say it.
狼じじいに投票するつもりだ。ただ、母さんは自分で選んで。
I'm voting for the old wolf man, but Mom, I want you to decide for yourself how to vote. Finally, he says it a lot, because she does need a backbone a lot in this voting. Because I'm so tired of that. Like, yes, if she's gonna vote for anyone, she has to kind of play it safe since she is a wolf. But I just wish that she would just choose who to vote herself.
わかったわ。
Okay, so I will.
植松里香子さんに。
One for Rikaku Uematsu.
理由は伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
I do not mind, but may I have a reason?
ちえみちゃんのことをいいように言っていたのが少し気になったから。
I have a problem with how you presented Jamie-chan's
あの
death.
子が狼だった可能性もあるわよね。
After all, it's possible that she was a wolf, right? Of all people, she was the one to say that? Then again, I was actually planning to mention it too. That was a smart move.
どういうこと？母さん。
What do you mean?
狼同士が仲間割れしたのかもしれないというの。殺すか殺さないかとか。
I'm saying that it could have been a fight between wolves. Maybe they argued about whether they'd actually kill or not. Well, not a bad thing, because I think that there was conflict between the wolves in the last loop there. It's just so funny that she brings it up now. Well, it was almost as if she was there herself. Ha. Konzo, she was nodding. After all, in the feast, it was common sense that humans weren't the only ones who could die at night. By creating the possibility that Chiemi was a wolf, we would mess up their assumptions about how many wolves there were left.
ちえみちゃんは殺したくなかったのかもしれない。それで自殺したのかも。
Maybe Chiemi-chan killed herself because she didn't want to kill.
待ちなさい、織部のご婦人。それだと一人分の血を流したことにはならないのじゃないかね。
Wait, would that really count as a murder for the night? Well, he's got a good point there. There's been times in other loops that multiple people have died, mainly through corruption and that. But who knows what's going on here? Or what the ins and outs are. We are just wolves right now, and we didn't kill the night Jamie died, so... I don't know anything about that, I just know that he brought up a good question.
いや、わかりませんよ。少なくとも、狼が仲間割れも殺しの人数にカウントした可能性は十分ある。
We actually can't be sure, but it's entirely possible that death due to discord between wolves
そ
counts.
れで死体はあの場に残って、夫妻さんの言うように、獣か何かに荒らされたとかね。
They then left the corpse there, and then the beasts or something else came and made a mess of it, just like Fusaishi-san suggested.
そうだった場合、ちえみちゃんは人だったと、狼は主張するんじゃないかしら。
In that situation, any capable wolf would want to insist that Chiemi-chan was human, right? She said that while looking at Rikako-san, who'd praised Chiemi's actions on the basis that she was a human. But...
違います。私はただ、
No.
様の行いを。
Let's see. Alright. Nothing too important. I thought there was something there to look at, but not too important there. Let's see. No, I simply wanted to
したかった。
beautify Chiemi-chan's actions. Fully aware that my comment was unnecessary, I took the stage.
なんてどうやったって悲しい。どうしようもなくやるせないものです。残された僕らは辛くなる。
Suicide is sad no matter what. It's hard for everyone left behind.
その死が前向きな理由だったなら、僕らもまた前向きになれる。
But if you look at it in a positive way, we can stay positive
そう
too.
いう実のところ、僕らに対するケアだったんじゃないですか。リカコさん。
I imagine that Rikako-san was just showing consideration for us all. I took her side this time. She was an important person with special powers. It was better for her to die later. I couldn't deny that part of me didn't want to kill her, but I ignored it. After all, following the betrayal, the only one suffering would be me. Right now, the important thing was to pretend to be human, fighting the good fight against the wolves. Kaori-san was a wolf and would probably be outed eventually. I had to make sure I wouldn't be suspected based on acting in support of her beforehand.
そう思っていました。ただ、一番は本当に。
I did think that.
盾になられたのだと。
I did think that, but most of all, I simply thought that Serizawa-sama displayed amazing bravery by trying to protect us. I didn't doubt that Rikako-san might have been more traditional than anyone else in Fujoshi, in Fujiyoshi, but her heart remained good-natured.
あとは皆が判断する。次、キヨだ。
Alright, I'll let the rest decide for themselves. You're next, Kyo.
妻子春明君に1票。
One for Haruaki Fusaishi-kun. Just like last time he voted for me on the first
理由
day.
は何でしょう。
Can I have a reason?
君自身が言った通りだ。率先してヘビに調べられることを拒否した時点で君への投票を決めていたよ。
Didn't you say it yourself? I knew I'd need to vote for you the moment you took initiative, but refused to be investigated by the snake.
なるほど。わかりました。もっと利己的になった方が良かったとは思えないんですが。
I understand, though. I don't think I should have been more selfish there.
次。僕はさっき言った通り、狼じじいに投票するよ。
Next, like I said, I'm voting for the old wolf guy. He was the first one to get 2 votes.
近持ちだ。
Shikamochi, you're next. Hold on, guys. I want to check on something here. Okay. Nothing here at this point. So I must have been hearing things in the background. Darn it, no.
なんでそう思ったの？
真面目すぎるなって。
Okay. Let me go back here. 'Cause I missed some things. Okay, he was the first to get votes. Chikamochi, you're next. Hassan, I guess? Why? He's acting too serious. Alright, so now I'm caught up here. This is why I don't like the tap twice to skip thing. It should be R2 to skip. Let's see. What do you mean?
いや、ほんとそれだけ。もっとヘラヘラしてる方がハッサンっぽいから。
Nothing really. Hassan's usually more relaxed. That's it. Scary thing was that such random thoughts of his often hit the mark.
どうする
Yoshi, who are you voting
上
for?
松に投票する。理由は、ババアの話が最もだと思ったから。
Uematsu, my reasons that I think the hag's got a
あな
point.
たも自分で考えなさい。
You should think for yourself too. Well, she's got a point there, but he's not wrong.
考えた上で言ってんだ。何より、死んだ理由まで長者に利用されるのが、俺には気に食わねえ。
I did, and I'm sick into what I said. Also, I don't like I don't like it how the village heads using one of our deaths to our advantage.
次、ハル。どうする
Haru, you're next.
私も植松さんに入れる。
I'll vote for Uematsu-san too.
なぜ安水の者の死を悲しんだ彼女が疑われねばならんのかね。これが安水の恩の返し方か。
Why must a woman who grieved for your loss be suspected so much? Is this how you repay her?
もう次行っちまえよ、匠に。
Shut up, let's just get this over with, Takumi.
あんただ、植松里香子。
One for you, Rikako Uematsu.
香織様に
One for Kaori Oribe-sama.
返しというわけかしら。
Retaliation, I suppose?
私は人ですから。
Yes, I know I'm...
理由は
Yes, I know I am human, and I find your reasoning
も
unjust.
ういいか。じゃあ次だ。メイコ。
You done? You're next, Meiko.
さゆきさん
Fusayuki-san. What?
妻子のことか。なんで入れたの
You mean Fusaishi? Why him?
みんなダメ。だけど順番。
Everyone's bad, but there's an order.
何言ってんだこいつ。
Oh, what's she saying?
それが私にも
I do not know either. Wait. Could be that she
み
was...
んな、なんとかなの。だから、くくるの。
Everyone needs to, something. It's, hang. Mako was the badger? Crap, I couldn't use her no matter how hard I thought about it. Hell, she could totally give it away and ruin
ま
us.
あいいや。次、
Oh well, next.
妻子の番だぞ。
Fusaishi. Alright. Right now I had 3 votes, as did Rikako. The old wolf guy had 2, while Takumi-san, Kari-san, Yasunaga-kun, and Mamiya-san each had 1. So we have to give it to the wolf guy. To survive, I had to vote for Rikako-san or the old wolf guy. My vote would affect those of the 2 remaining, the journos. If they both voted for me, it'd be game over. But if I was right about the nature of Hashimoto-san's actions, he was trying to decide whether I was clean or not. And if he decided that I wasn't, he would have surely mentioned it before the vote began. It was possible that he would vote for someone else. I had no idea if Mamiya-san would follow his vote, but even if she didn't, it would... it wasn't likely that she would vote for me. Basically, if I voted for Rikako-san, she would get 4 votes and most likely be lynched. And if I voted for the old wolf guy, he would have 3 votes, and depending on who the journos voted for, I could end up in the final vote. None of those with just one vote were particularly suspicious, so it was best to just disregard them altogether. I had to vote between Rikako-san and the old wolf guy. But honestly, it wasn't much of a choice. Kaori-san's words about Rikako-san relied on a decent amount of... Kaori-san's words about Rikako-san relied on a decent amount on the assumption that the village heads were anti-Yasumizu, but that wasn't very credible. It would be strange for me to base my decision on that. We already had Haru-chan agree with Kaori-san's words. She didn't even give her own reason. I didn't want to be considered an ally of those who'd given up on thinking for themselves. Now all that mattered was who the remaining two would vote for. This could lead to another final vote, but I didn't think about that then.
僕は狼じじい氏に投票します。
I'm voting for the old wolf guy. Why? I had to say something justified and useful to the humans.
狼じじい氏は多分こうしておられるけど演技だと思う。
You're all well aware of how he behaves, but I think it's all an act. My words surprised everyone.
どうしてそのように思われるので
Why would you believe that? Naturally, I couldn't say that I'd seen him make a decent play when he was a badger.
ただの地方老人が過去も含めて読み意味の宴を回避できたとは思えない。
I don't believe that a senile man could survive multiple feasts like this one.
返事が返ってこないときは何度言っても返ってこないが、基本的には問いかけには一発で返答する。
He's sometimes unresponsive and doesn't say a word to the very end, but when asked directly, he tends to answer immediately.
そう考えれば、都合の悪いことは無しかでたらめな返答で流してしまえるのだから、非常に良い戦略だと思います。
When you look at it like that, he might just be ignoring or dancing around questions that are bad for him. It's a clever strategy.
ちょっと待ってください。僕も彼に投票しましたが、それはさすがに考えすぎじゃないですか？
But wait a second, I voted for him myself, but don't you think you're overthinking it?
それなら、現状こうして彼が疑われる状況になっているのはおかしいじゃないですか。
Also, if that were true, don't you think he'd have avoided being in this dangerous situation?
彼は何らかの抜け道を知っているんじゃないか。
I think he might know a loophole.
抜け道？死ななくて済むような？
A loophole that doesn't kill you?
はっきりはわかりませんが、彼が寝泊まりしているという家はちらっと見たけど、ほとんどあばら屋だ。
I can't say for certain, but from what little I've seen, in the place he sleeps at is basically a dilapidated wreck. I hadn't seen it this time around, and actually, but no one would find my claim
あの
fishy.
家では物意味すら行えない可能性が高い。なのに彼は生きている。
It didn't even look like it qualified as shelter, and yet he's
そう
alive.
言われれば。
Now that you mention it,
牧島勘三さん、これまでになかったですか？彼が不可解に生存したことが。
Konzo Makishima-san, has he survived things he didn't seem capable of surviving?
確かにとは言えねえが、
Can't say if he did or didn't.
私はこいつを信用してね。昔から気色の悪いじじいだった。
But I don't trust him. Guy's been a freak for as long as I've known him. He decided to ignore it all,
も
apparently.
し宴を回避する方法をご存知なのなら、ぜひ僕らに教えてほしいものです。
If you know how to avoid the feast, please do tell
そ
us.
れならこの票を取り下げたっていい。
If you do, I'll retract my vote.
誰も山からは
No. No one escapes. The mountain.
つまりどうあっても協力する気はないということです。僕が彼に投票する根拠はそれに
He's
全てです。
He's basically saying he won't cooperate with us no matter what. That's the basis for my vote.
次、あんただ。
Alright, you're next, Mamiya-san.
私は危険でいいかしら。人殺しに加担したくないんですが。
Can I just not vote? I don't want to be complicit in murder.
あんたが誰を疑って誰を擁護するかだって見られてんだ。
We can't have that. We need to know who you doubt and who you support.
じゃあ、あなた、牧島春さん。
Alright then, you Haru Makishima-san. Huh?
理由は
Haru, your reason?
大したことはないです。絶対に処刑対象にならない方の中で一番怪しい人を選んだだけ。
It's nothing major, I just picked the most suspicious one out of the ones who would definitely not be lynched today.
本当は山脇さんに投票しようかとも思ったけど、報復でいがみ合っても仕方ないし。
I considered voting for Yamawaki-san at first, but there's no point in such petty revenge.
私より春ちゃんの方が怪しいって言うのかいね。あんた
You're
は
saying that Haru-chan's more suspicious than me?
あえて言うならですよ。植松さんへの嫌疑を答えずじまいなところとか態度とか別に確たるものじゃありません。
If I have to choose between you, yes. She didn't say why she suspected Uematsu-san, and in her general attitude is strange. There's nothing certain. No, there's nothing certain there. Saw through Haru-chan's act, huh?
だからこだわりはしないけど、狼は全員とても狡猾で残忍で度胸が座った人物とは限らないし。
I don't have any preferences here, but I don't believe that all the wolves are so cunning, cruel, and gutsy. Well, you weren't one of the cunning ones, Mamiya.
この今も投票されないか心の底で怯えているような人もいるんじゃないか。その問題提起を兼ねて投票するわ。
There could be one here who's just cowering in fear of any votes that could come their way. It's a genuine issue to consider, and that's why I'm voting for her.
それだけの理由でひどくないですか？
Seriously? That's it? That's so cruel.
あなたたちがやっていることがそもそもひどいんですよ。この程度の嫌疑で目くじらを立てないでちょうだい。
And so is this whole thing you're all doing. Please don't make a big deal out of this.
わかった。最後はあんただ、橋本さん。
Alright, you're last, Hashimoto-san.
難しいな。
This is difficult.
難しいけれど。
But even so,
狼じじいさんに入れさせてもらおう。
I will vote for the old wolf fellow. It was settled then.
理由を聞いてもいいかい？
Can you give us a reason?
皆さんの人となりがようやく分かってきましたけれどね。
I believe I understand what kind of people you are
ここ
now.
でムロさんを指名するのはおかしい。
And I believe nominating you at this point in time would be
これ
strange.
だけのシンプルな理由です。
That's it, really, a simple reason.
なるほど。わかった。
I see, alright then.
4票で
That gives him
決まりです
that gives him 4 votes. It is decided. Bring the rope. I need time. You do not need time, pal.
黙れ。
Shut it. Konzo even says that. So Konzo must know of his past too. Or I should say, knows about it. I'd seen this before. Because I can't say it was the past, you just know that he did something, so I guess you could say that, yeah. Konzo-san punched the old wolf guy, shocking some people. In the end, upon getting the rope, Konzo-san tied him up and went to hang him on the pine all by himself.
こいつはわしがくくってくる。てめえらはもう戻っとけ。
I'll hang him myself, you go back.
おやっさん、どうした？
Old man, what's gotten into you? The conditions for it were different, but this event unfolded the exact same way as last time. This was just my assumption, but I believed that Konzo-san had some sort of unfinished business with the old wolf guy. Perhaps he too suspected the old man would try something strange here. The first time he'd said he needed time, everyone accepted it, and soon he and Mochi, who'd accompanied him, were found dead outside. Well, at least they're explaining this part. Was he planning to do something before his execution? Let's see. Oh, okay. That something led to murders and made Konzo-san forcefully drag him to the tree. It seems significant to me. Dragging my feet in the line heading back to the dining hall, I thought about the old wolf guy. Is there some sort of way to make him talk? Maybe I could loop back in. No, he probably wouldn't react to anything I said. For now, I just had to be glad that I'd survived today's feast. I couldn't show it, of course. If there were any holes in anything I'd said today, it could prove trouble further down the line. Even so, I'd cast aside my doubts and taken a step forward. I could win this. I would win this as a wolf. Like last time, we ended up spending an awkward evening in the dining hall. Tai-san insisted that something bad could happen in the mist again, so she told us to stay inside. After that, Konzo-san and Takumi-san came back. The former ignored all warnings and left again, but everyone else stayed inside. Takumi-san said that he didn't see Konzo-san kill the old wolf guy. Just what was happening between them. What if he didn't actually kill him? Was there some secret agreement between the locals where they agreed that the old wolf guy had to live? Was someone hiding him somewhere? No, that couldn't be it. He died the first time. I just didn't get it. Soon enough, we started making dinner. I had to check for poison again, clean up, and then we all went back to our rooms. Another one of us might be gone tomorrow. Or be prepared for that at least. After a short silence, everyone gave each other some brief goodbyes and began going their own way. Oh, one last thing. Hashimoto-san stopped them.
間違ってもこの後、抜け出して誰かと内緒話をするなど、やめましょうね。
I advise against trying to stay outside and have secret meetings.
違って、みんなバラバラです。誰が近くに潜んでいてもわからない。
Unlike during the day, we're all spread out. It's hard to tell if someone's nearby. That how it is? Big guy's right, just head back. Crap. I'd hoped to get a chance to eavesdrop, but that meant that the secret chat he'd had at noon only happened because he figured that the wolves couldn't do much during the day. However, it didn't mean that Hashimoto-san had anything concrete. In fact, he would probably deal with potential eavesdroppers by not saying anything important if he met with someone privately. I was more curious about Takumi-san. The exchange between him and Yasunaga-kun might have been extremely important. What? Late at night. We passed out, then put on the wolf outfits, passed through the beast-filled mist, and arrived at the dining hall again. My injury had healed shockingly well. Healing her power sure was something. I had to remove the taping to get in the wolf costume, though. That aside, that's not what he agreed. There was a strange tension between the three monsters here.
それでも、今日は安永君や吉次君を殺している場合じゃない。
But it's really not the right time to kill Yasunaga-kun or Yoshi. Isuzu-kun.
そうでないと、私は。
What if we don't
わ
all...
かってます。あなたを軽視するつもりはないんです。
I know. I know I don't mean to ignore your wish, it's just
誰
that.
を殺すっていうの？じゃあ、
Who do we kill then?
候補は2人。室匠さんと橋本雄大さんです。
There's two candidates, Takumi Muro-san and Yudai Hashimoto-san.
話を進めるのが上手だから。
Because they're good at controlling the conversation? Well, Takumi because he's the snake, but yes, about Hashimoto.
はい。橋本さんについては、現状、宴を理性的に進めるために大きな役割を果たしているからです。
Yes, especially Hashimoto-san. He's doing an amazing job convincing everyone to handle this rationally.
それに、彼は見た目よりもかなり頭が切れる。気を抜けば、簡単に正体を見破られる可能性があります。
Also, he's a lot smarter and sharper than he looks. Let your guard down and he'll instantly expose us all. I told him about how dangerous he was citing the secret chat thing in the morning and the trick question during the
考えす
feast.
ぎじゃないのかな。それで、匠兄の方は？
You sure you're not overthinking it, and why Takumi ni?
彼は、蛇の加護者かもしれない。
He might be the snake. Huh? I was already suspicious yesterday, but now I'm almost
昨日
certain.
彼は、自発的な処刑対象者はいないかというモッチーの発言に、まだ死ねないと答えていました。
Yesterday, when asked whether anyone would volunteer to be lynched, he said he couldn't die
いろ
yet.
いろ考えましたが、彼がまだ死ねないというのは、少しだけ不自然です。死ねないだけならわかりますが。
I thought a lot about it, and the yet part really bothered me. Couldn't die on its own would have seemed
加
natural.
えて今日、彼は安永君と密談を行いました。最初は、知恵美の死で凹む彼を励ますだけかと思ったんですが。
Also, he met with Yasunaga-kun secretly today. At first, I thought he wanted to cheer him up, since Chiemi was dead and
今
all.
日の動き方を見れば、二人が宴に関して何か打ち合わせをした可能性もあるな、と。
But looking at how they behaved, it seems likely that they met up to talk about the feast.
そうかもしれませんね。いきなり安永を呼んで話をさせましたし。
That seems that seems possible. It was a bit strange how he just called Yasunaga to talk, but what about it?
そもそも彼は本質的にはもっとオープンで密談とかは好まないはずなんです。
He's a pretty open guy, isn't he? Not the type of guy to hold secret meetings,
スミ
right?
スという狭い場所で秘密が保てるはずがないこともよく知ってるわけですし。
He probably knows full well that you can't keep any secrets here in Yasumizu.
それで？
And
それがわざわざ密談を持ったというのは、相手のことをよほど信用していないとしないのじゃないか。
And he still took Yasunaga-kun to meet in secret. That requires a lot of trust if you ask
つま
me.
り、彼がヘビで、昨日は安永君を調べたのではないかと思うわけです。
That's why I think he's the snake and that he investigated Yasunaga-kun
もう
yesterday.
一つ、彼はヘビに調べられたい人が挙手で募られた際、挙手をしませんでした。
Another thing, he didn't raise his hand when we volunteered to be investigated by the snake.
あれ、大丈夫だったよね。手を挙げ損ねたけど。
Oh, that was okay, right? I didn't raise at first.
それは大丈夫。後で二人とも挙げてたでしょ。そのくらいが自然。
It's fine, you raised later and that's natural.
彼の立ち位置ならば、真っ先に手を挙げて、調べられたいと思うはず。
However, considering his position, he should have raised his hand to agree to be investigated before anyone
それ
else.
をやらなかったのは、自分がヘビで、自分を調べる意味がないことを先入観として持っていたから。
He didn't do it because he's the snake and already figured that raising his hand would have been
自分も
pointless.
ヘビではなく、他の人と同様の条件であることに気が回らなかったからじゃないかと思うわけです。
I just think he wasn't paying enough attention to act like a normal human rather than a snake.
匠さんを調べるべきだという提案にも反応があり、そしてそのまま反論も推奨もしないまま認めてしまった。
That was also why he was slow to react to the idea that we should investigate him, yet he accepted it without any argument.
なるほど。確かに、あの時の匠兄の物言い、なんか引っかかってるような感じだった。
I guess so. It does look like his words were a bit strange back
心
then.
配があるのは分かったわ。でも、なぜ今日なの？
I understand you're worried, but why today?
匠さんは自分自身を調べたりはしないにしろ、今すぐにこの3人がバレるとは限らないでしょ。
Takumi-san won't investigate himself, but there's no guarantee it would be one of us, right? That was a naive thing to say.
僕は自分をあまり信用していません。
I don't really trust myself.
匠さんがヘビで、しかも最初から僕に疑いを持っている場合、あの提案によって逆に疑いを強めたかもしれない。
If he's a snake and if he was suspicious of me to begin with, my words might have made him even more suspicious.
あなたの説で言えば、安永は匠さんが蛇だということを聞いたかもしれないのよね。
But if your theory is true, it's possible that Takumi-san told Yasunaga that he's the snake, right?
可能性は、あるでしょうね。
That's possible.
安永もやはり。
Then we should get rid of him, shouldn't we?
彼も早晩殺さねばならないでしょ
う。We should within the next few nights.
わかりました。明日、絶対に、安永を狙ってもらえるなら、
Very well, as long as we go for Yasunaga, tomorrow I'll let you pick today's victim.
私は、どっちでもいいよ。
I really don't care which.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. However, if we killed one, we couldn't go for the other for a while. Today's choice was bound to greatly affect what happened next. Now, which one? Okay. We do have to get rid of Hashimoto at some point, but we know Takumi's the snake, so we have to get rid of him. Personally, I found Hashimoto-san to be the biggest threat. I didn't see any openings or weaknesses on him. However, I knew full well just how influential Takumi-san was. Though he sometimes lacked confidence, once he found some, he could kill off the wolves through his initiative and popularity alone. Then there was the fact that he might be the snake. I really couldn't ignore him.
室匠さんを殺します。
We'll kill Takumi-san.
わかったわ。ただし。
Very well, but...
明日は安永くんを。そのために、春ちゃんにはお願いがある。
Well, yes, we'll go for Yasunaga-kun tomorrow night. About that, though, Haru-chan.
何？
What?
おそらく明日、安永くんは再びショックを受けた状態になるはずだ。それを君が必死で慰める。
Yasunaga-kun will probably be in a safe shock again tomorrow, so you do your best to console him.
できるだけ避けたいのは、彼に匠さんは実は蛇で、彼から人の証明をもらっていたと発言させること。
We need to prevent him from declaring that Takumi-san told him he was a snake and that he confirmed that Yasunaga-kun was a human.
匠さんは殺されているわけで、彼が本物だということは、全員に強い信憑性を持って受け入れられるはずだ。
With Takumi-san dead, most would find his words trustworthy.
それ以後、蛇を語るのは極めて難しくなる。これはわかる？
Pretending to be the snake would become really difficult then,
わ
understand?
かるけど、でもどうするの？
I do, but how do I even do that?
正直私、そういうのうまくやれる気がしないんだけど。
Honestly, I don't think I can pull something like that off.
それは。
well.
私がやりましょう。要は、安永を宴の外で喋らせず、宴でも喋らせなければいいのでしょう。
I'll do it. I just have to make sure Yasunaga doesn't talk about that in or outside the feast, right?
それはそうなんですが、できますか？
Yes, basically. Can you do that?
母ですから。親子の会話を持つことは、
I'm his
咎められないでしょう。
I'm his mother. No one would suspect us if we have a talk as family.
匠さんとは、その、知らない仲でもありませんから。
There's also the fact that, well, Takumi-san isn't a stranger to me.
それで匠さんが蛇だということを聞き出したら、そうね。肝臓さんが怪しいと言いましょう。
And if he tells me that Takumi-san is the snake, I will tell him that I suspect Kanza-san.
調べられるのを恐れて、蛇を殺したのだってね。匠さんの正体に、肝臓さんが気づく可能性もあるわよね。
I'd say that he killed the snake because he was afraid of being investigated. It's possible that Kanza-san realized what Takumi-san was, right?
ええ、そうですね。みんながいるところで見せた奇妙さですから。
Yes, now that you mention it, he acted weird in front of everyone there.
それで、あなたがそれを口にしたら狙われるから、黙っていてくれと頼みましょう。
Exactly. I'll also tell him to keep quiet about it because he could be next. I might have severely underestimated her. I'd assumed she was a timid person without much of her own opinion on anything, but oh, was I wrong. I didn't know whether she was holding back or just using her imagination and proactiveness in a negative way. But she was really dependable in a situation like this.
狼ゆえに知り得たことや、先回りして、匠さんが蛇じゃないかということは、絶対に避けてくださいね。
Please avoid saying things only wolves can know, or claim that Takumi-san is the snake before he
あ
does.
なたが安永くんに疑われたら、元も子もない。
It won't be good for us if Yasunaga-kun starts to suspect you.
疑われる程度ならいいでしょ。
Oh, but suspicion.
明日の夜、
Oh, but
安永は
Oh, but but suspicion is no problem. He will die tomorrow night after all. I had to hold back from cursing at her. A mother was intending to kill her own child and it made me feel unpleasant. That was the right thing to feel, wasn't it?
私はいいのね。
Then I won't have to do anything, right?
そうだね。ひとまずは。
Yeah, for now. Her son grin was so out of nowhere I had no idea what to make of it, and neither did Kaori-san. Takumi-san's place was close to the plaza. There was nothing out of the ordinary around it. That meant this would be our first real murder. Our first kill as wolves. Was I really gonna do this? Would the door really open? Would I really open it and carry out the deed? Yeah, deed. More nervous than I appeared, I put my hand on the door. Click. I felt it unlock. Seriously?
ちょっと、他も確かめてきます。
Let me check something.
ちょっと、
Huh? Hey. I ran around checking several houses. The detached dwelling where Yoshisuke-kun lived, Meiko's place, Kanza-san's place, Rikako-san's place. All of them were locked.
どうやら、最初に手をかけた家のみが開くようです。軽い気持ちでノブに触れない方が良さそうだ。
Apparently you can only unlock the first door you touch. It's best not to touch the knobs without thinking. Okay, so that's how it is. That's how they can't kill anyone other than who they choose.
なるほど。
I see.
じゃあもう、匠兄を殺すしかないんだ。
So they've got no choice but to kill Takumi-ni?
そういうことだ。では。
Exactly. I'm opening it. This would be my first time here since I had investigated his corpse during the first loop. It was a simple room. There was a futon in the middle, and and his large body was right there. He was sleeping, defenseless. He wouldn't wake up, right?
ねえ、どうやって殺すの？
Hey, how will we kill him? I actually was curious if we were going to be provided some means of killing. The murderers I'd known of so far had been outside the norm, but they weren't something beyond human ability. But I also thought that they'd been a bit excessive, assuming their sole purpose was murder. I still didn't know if there was something that compelled them to do that. But apparently you had to come up with your own method of
この
murder.
場にあるものを使おう。
Let's use something here. Thankfully, we had lots of options. There were various old farming tools nearby. The edged ones, sickle, hoe, etc., looked extremely fitting for the purpose. There was even an axe. It would make it really easy. An axe could destroy a human body in no time.
念のため、聞きますが、
I'll ask just in
聞きたい
case.
人はいますか？
Either of you want to do it?
いいでしょう。僕がやります。
Alright, I'll do it. I raised the axe overhead and hesitated. This memory, the fact that I committed murder, would probably stay with me even if I looped. I'd keep this moment, this feeling, until the day I died. That was hardly a problem. My aim was true and the axe sunk into Takumi-san's neck. Blood burst out of the wound, then started bubbling out ceaselessly. That was definitely lethal. However, the blade wasn't too wide or large. This wasn't a broad axe or anything. Thus, I swung it down again. And again. And again. His head left his body before the 10th swing. I took his head in hand. His eyes were open wide. His expression was full of anguish. At this point, I wasn't sure if he'd been completely unconscious. I nonchalantly showed it to the two behind me. Applause. They actually applauded me. Well done. Good job. Pure joy and words of praise. My earlier sense of disgust returned. Why? Why did these people suddenly cease having a conscience the moment they became wolves? This was wrong. They were supposed to show disgust, they needed to. If they didn't, to whose standards was I supposed to adjust my conscience? Sense of right and wrong, and good and evil. I tossed the head on the floor. I then held it in place with my foot. Cut it with an axe. Cut it with the axe over and over. Struck it over and over. It was almost completely unrecognizable now. I kicked away the damaged skull, still covered in flesh and hair in places. It was heavy, so my leg hurt, and it left a pool of blood where it rolled. But even before even looking at it, I took a random farming tool and thrust it into his torso. I then took another tool and sank it into his shoulder. I opened his stomach. I cut up his limbs. Oh my. Quite graphic.
もういいよ。もういいから。
That's enough, stop. By the time someone stopped me, the corpse was in such a state that you'd think the corruption was responsible for
こ
it.
こまでしなくてもよかったんじゃないかしら。
You didn't have to go this far, did you? Well, you guys react now? That's kind of weird, but seriously, he is crazy. Not even those words were out of disgust or guilt. They simply thought it was a waste of time. Let's go. Still pissed, I went to the exit, not even looking back at them.
急ぎをしないと。
You need to cleanse. I felt some water hit my back, but I was too pissed to even react before leaving. I took off the bloody wolf outfit and just threw it on the floor. I'd learned yesterday that it was best to wear the costume without any upper clothing, so I was able to relax after just wiping off the sweat and changing my underwear. The room began to reek of blood, but Great Lord Shinai would probably clean all this up anyway. Shit. I was pissed. Even though I knew they'd lose their sense of guilt, I was still pissed. Shit. I just wanted to sleep. But I couldn't really do that with someone knocking on my door. Who could it be? Kaori-san, Haru-chan, Shinai-san, and himself? It was still late at night, so it couldn't be anyone else from the village police then. That'd be a laugh. I ignored it though, I was too pissed. More knocking. More ignoring.
おやおや。おやおやおや。町のお方は繊細でいらっしゃるな。
My, oh my, you certainly are easily offended, offended city dweller. What the? Now that I couldn't ignore. I jumped up and leapt to the door so quickly I almost tripped. This was the mystery surrounding Haru-chan. The brutalization had distracted me from my primary goal here. I hadn't expected her to come to me. Upon opening the door, I saw something I really didn't expect. This was...
黄泉の匂いに。
The wolves cometh. Why dress like that? It's the same thing we saw last time.
狼は来やる。
To the smell of Yomi.
みそぎ物意味。夢見せよ。
Cleanse, shelter, and dream.
よしよしの娘。
Daughter of Fushiyoshi. That was Haru-chan? Now that I got a better look at the physique, hairdo, and even the voice were similar. But why would she wear that? No, forget that. How did she make it all the way here without a wolf outfit?
驚くには値しませんぞ。
No need to be surprised.
こやつらは皆、我と同類。分身のようなものゆえ。
These are my kin. Consider them an extension of me. Behind her, I felt the beasts closer than at any point today or yesterday. No, I could actually see them. Countless eyes glowed in the darkness nearby. She gently extended her hand. A few of them looked at her, and a few even came close. The weak light from outside the prefab lit them up. Dogs. They really were dogs. Some were white, some brown, some had long ears, some didn't have a tail. It was a pack of countless feral-looking, mid-sized dogs. All of them had blood and filth on them, as well as severe wounds here and there. Their clenched teeth, furrowed noses, and widened eyes spoke volumes of the rage and perhaps even hatred within them. The girl, clad in aged cloth, didn't seem to care, standing still as they surrounded her. Not only that, but she reached out to pet one of them.
3つの神のうち、1つはあなたなのか?
Are you one of the three gods?
そうじゃ。そんなところで引っかかっておいでとは、失礼いたした。
Oh yes, apologies if that did not seem obvious before.
獣と触れ合う他によりもない。力なき、寂しき神よ。
As you can see, I am a lonely, powerless god who cannot do much beyond playing with beasts. Please come in.
おやおや、おやおやおや。神を招くなど、不用意にも程があられはすまいか?
My, oh my. Do you not think it's dangerous to invite a god to your home?
神隠しに会われても、知りませぬぞ。
What if I were to spirit you away?
すみませんが、僕はあなたらのルールはわからないんですよ。
Sorry, but I don't understand your rules.
それもまた道理。町のお方々は、科学とか申す神に信じておられるのであったな。
Reasonable. You city dwellers worship a god called science, do you not?
科学は神じゃないですよ。
Science isn't a
神で
god.
ございますぞ。ご存知ないとは。ああ。でも。
Oh, it is. No, oh, it is. You did not know? Oh, but
貴
wait.
様は、何も信じておられるのじゃな。これは。
Do you not believe in... You do not believe in anything, do you? I truly, sincerely apologize. Well, I believe in the good of humanity, even though it's kind of still questionable at that. It's like more so, I believe there's good in humanity, but generally the bad outweighs it kind of thing. But that's the only thing I believe. Okay, this really was...
出ましょうか。
Should I step outside?
それにも及びませぬぞ。その薄汚い装束で、この子供を脅かさねば、貴様は、こちらにおいでにはなれん。
No need for that. You cannot leave that place without that filthy costume on to all these children.
敷居は、結界じゃん。神語りは、結界越しになさるがよい。
The edge of a territory is a boundary, and talks between men and gods can be had through them.
そういうものですか。では、いい。
I see. Okay then.
何者なんですか?
What are you?
それはもう、答えた問いであろう。
I have already answered that, have I not?
力なき神。それだけじゃ、わからないんですよ。伝承には、あなたのような存在は、
A god, a powerless god, that's not enough. The legends don't say anything about.
待て、よ。
Wait.
無事な。
The badger. Her. For the first time, she simply nodded instead of saying it. It made me uneasy. Wait. The badger is one of the gods? Well, it does make sense since it's a guardian, but the badger is part of Shinai. That's kind of a shocking thing to me. See, it made me uneasy.
不快な呼び名なのでしょうか?
Do you hate that name?
正しいことじゃ。
Not at all. It is not wrong in the least.
こうして、信頼明神の印をつけて、畜生どもの頭目として振る舞っておる我にこそ、ふさわしい呼び名であろう。
It is a fitting name for someone wearing the marks of Great Lord Shinai and acting as leader of these
か
mutts.
つては、別の神だったのですね。
You used to be a different god, right?
衝突を恐れずに言うと、伝説や神話はよそからの拝借だけじゃなく、政治的な要因も強く影響して変遷していくの。
This might not sit well with some of you, but legends and myths can change, not just through borrowing aspects from other legends and myths, but also through political
古代、
events.
神話と政治は強固に結びついていたからこそ、政治のあり方が変わるときは、神話も形を変えなきゃならなかった。
There was a time when myths and government were closely tied, so myths had to change whenever the politics
集
did.
落の合体によって、それぞれが報じていた神様が結婚したり、戦争で併合された側の神様が古文や魔物に変えられたり。
If settlements merged, their gods would marry, while gods of places annexed through war would become the conqueror's gods' servants or
あるい
demons.
は、かつて別々だった神様を同じ存在だってことにしたりね。そうやって力関係の辻褄を合わせたわけ。
Or maybe they'd merge separate gods into one. The people shaped them according to the power balances of their day.
強力な神や悪魔ほど、異象や変化、化身がたくさんあるのはそのため。忘れられた信仰がいくつもそこに融合されているの。
That's why powerful gods and devils have many other names, forms, and incarnations. These are remnants of long forgotten
今
faiths.
日残っているのは、そういった事情でねじ曲がって伝えられてきた伝承や神話。だから、多少の矛盾があるのは当然よ。
The legends and myths that have lived to this day survived through countless such changes. Of course they would have contradictions. A forgotten god. A mountain god besides late and great Lord Shinai. With the creation of the Shinai faith, she was woven into it as a servant and left mostly forgotten. That was the entity possessing her.
まあ、そんなものじゃが、我は我の話などしとうてきたのではない。
Well, that is what I am, but I did not come here to speak of myself. Personally, I had a whole ton of questions, but since I didn't want to make her upset, I let her take the lead.
何を聞きたいと。
What do you want to know?
何故あれほど乱心なさったのじゃ。
Why the rampage? Well, that is kind of a good question to ask right now, but we do know that the corpse is used to leave clues, so that can make sense too for such brutality. I found it crazy.
それは、わからないのですか。
Just so crazy it was funny, but let's see what he says here. You don't know?
貴様がこの娘と女に憤懣を持たれたことは分かったが、その色以外はどうにも嫁なんだ。
I understand that you are upset with this girl, but I cannot read any other color you display.
殺すのが嫌なら一撃でやめればよろしかろうし、怠慢を咎めるならば獲物を渡されればよろしかった。
If you did not want to kill, you could have stopped after the first hack, and if they did not deem it sufficient, you could have handed them the tool.
危機として大男を切り刻みましたでしょう。
Yet you joylessly cut the large man up into pieces. Yep, he did. I admit I was kind of laughing because of how crazy it was. But it was probably because he remembered what Cowrie did in the last loop.
二人にはね、まともでいてくれないと困るんですよ。
I need those two to stay normal.
まともじゃない人間の中では、僕はまともになれない。
I can't be normal unless I'm surrounded by normal people.
人間としての芯がない人間なものでね。まともさの定義を入れ替えられると、立ち位置がわからなくなる。
As a person, I lack any kind of real foundation, so I lose myself without some source of normalcy to ground myself
自分
with.
で立ち位置を変えるのは構わない。他人に強制されると腹が立つ。それだけです。
I don't actually mind losing myself and having to create a new me, but having one forced on me pisses me off.
ふむ。芯がない。
No real foundation, you say?
おかしなことを申される。貴様の芯とは、その他人に勝手にやられると腹が立つが全てではないのか？
How curious is that not itself your foundation? That is, a man who is frustrated when outdone by
そ
others?
うかもしれません。
Perhaps you're right.
ならばなぜ我を恐れるのじゃ。
Then why are you afraid of me?
怒りが全てであるのに、恐れも敬いもせぬものぞ。
Those seized by anger hold neither fear nor reverence, do they not?
僕はわからないものが怖い。
I'm scared of things I don't understand.
それはどうも正確ではないように思えてならぬ。
That does not seem the truth to me.
ふむふむ。なるほど。
I see how it is.
貴様は恐怖と快楽の区別がついておらぬのじゃな。
You cannot differentiate between fear and excitement, can you?
他人によりそれを御されるのが不快なのじゃ。どうぞ。当たり。
And you do not like it when others control that, am I correct?
これでおあいこじゃな。
We are even now. She took my displeased expression in silence as a yes and
あな
laughed.
たは心を読むんですか？
You can read minds?
宴会芸じゃ。
It is a little more than a parlor trick to me.
それで僕の記憶を読みましたね。だから死に戻りについて知っている。
You also read my memories, so you know about my looping.
おう。バレてしもうた。
My.
しかし煙に巻いて差し上げたかったものを。
Oh my, you realized it. I expected to keep it a secret a bit longer.
つまり、あなたやハルちゃんが死に戻っているわけではない。
In other words, neither you nor Haru-chan experience what I do.
まあ、そういうご理解でよろしかろう。悔しいことに、我もまた、神の手の内で踊る。
Well, that is...
ものに過ぎぬゆえ。
Well, that is a good way to look at it. Unfortunately, even I am but a jester dancing atop another god's palm.
その黒幕だという神について教えてもらえませんか？
Can you tell me about this god, the one behind it all?
それはできぬ。
I cannot.
なぜ？
Why?
それもこれも、我の弱きがゆえに。
Because I'm too weak.
教えていただければ全てをひっくり返してみせますよ。あなたの意向を取り戻すことだって。
If you tell me I'll turn it all around, I'll even help you regain your former glory.
出過ぎであられるぞ、町のお方。
Know your limits, city dweller. I gasped at her sudden intensity.
勘違いを正して差し上げよう。
Allow me to correct you.
力なき神と人の役に立てぬということ。人知れず災いを起こせぬということにあらず。
A powerless god is one that is of no use to mankind. not one incapable of calamities beyond their knowing.
そして無力がゆえにこうして可愛らしく振る舞っておる我という神はかつて誰よりも恐れられたものじゃ。
I am powerless now and I behave like this adorable maiden, but I used to be more feared than any.
我の意向を取り戻される。向こう十里の人里を焼き払い人皆くくって我に恵まれるか。
You believe you can bring that glory back? Do you believe you would honor me by burning several nearby villages and hanging all the people?
こうして話すわ。このつまらぬ夜の不良を慰むため。それ以上の何も得られはしませぬぞ。
Speaking on this dreary night is only meant to ease my ennui. There is nothing to be gained from it. So this is just a diversion for her. I couldn't consider it significant. Was that what she was telling me?
少々今日が覚めてしまった。
This has grown dull.
夢夢ご承知の上、あくる晩またお会いいたしましょうぞ。
Keep my words in mind. Maybe we meet again on the following evening. She turned around and I felt the beasts rush away.
待ってください。
Please wait.
なぜわざわざ僕を訪ねてきてくださったんですか？
Why did you come to me anyway?
そういう話なら歓迎ですぞ。
Oh, that is something I will gladly reveal.
まあ要するにこの娘が少々気にしておったのでな。
Essentially, this girl is concerned about you.
はるちゃんが？
Haru-chan, she
あ
was?
んなに激高してどうしたんだろう、夫妻さんは。
Fusaishi-san was so mad. What's gotten into him?
神内明神の使いとして黄泉という印を憎みながら貴様という腹からは気遣っておるのじゃ。
As a servant of Great Lord Shinai and one who detests the mark of Yomi, she was considerate of you, her partner.
理解はできずともいたわってやればよろしかろう。無力ゆえに娘歯がゆく思っておりますぞ。
Even if you do not understand this, do show care for her. She is powerless as well, so seeing her can be vexing at times.
あなたのことをはるちゃんは知っているのですか？
Does Haru-chan know about you?
どうであろうな。
Maybe.
あなたにことづては頼めないわけですね。
So I can't expect you to pass on a message to her?
我が力のか細きがゆえに
I am too powerless even.
いくらでも夢枕に立って差し上げるが
I am too powerless even for that. I can try to show up in her dreams, though.
じゃあ自分で伝えます。
And I will tell her myself.
ではな。
Farewell.
もう一つだけ。
One more thing.
なんじゃ
What?
神様、可愛いですよ。
You're a cute god. What? Flirting with the divine, huh? Yeah.
なるほど、なるほど。
I see, I see.
おっしゃる通り。ひねくれておいでじゃ。
You truly are as warped as you claim to be. With those words as her last, she disappeared into the night mist. Oh, Thursday, huh? Alright. I'm gonna take another break to get a drink, at least, and possibly use the bathroom, but definitely a drink. While I'm gone, if you guys need something to do, then be sure to check out today's question of the day. If you don't see it right now, If you type in the command that you see in the stream title while I'm live, that should bring it up, and I will check on those when I get back. And with that, I will be right back. Alright, I'm back. Let me check on chat here, though. Okay. Nothing here. And then over here. Alright, nothing there. So time to get back to this. Alright. I turned on the lights too because it's kind of dark here. Let's see what things end up being this time. See, the next morning came. As I'd expected, the wolf outfit and all the blood had vanished. That didn't mean that it was all a dream, though. Takumi-san's mutilated corpse is soon discovered, shocking the whole settlement. That was when I noticed that the murder scene was full of wet footprints. They were the same ones left by the previous wolves, and I now understood why they were there. They'd also wore those wet costumes. They didn't even continue outside the house, though. Apparently Great Lord Shinai took care of the costumes as well as evidence. What a methodical god. I was probably the only one who could be so clear-headed. Tai-san took this especially hard. She refused food and instead just prayed at one edge of the dining hall. Kanzo-san was looking really weary too. First Chiemi, now Takumi-san. He was losing people he depended on one after the other. His reaction was only natural. As you'd expect, Yasunaga-kun had gone pale once more. The person who'd consoled him the previous day was now gone forever after all. Then there was Kaori-san. She looked shaken and had already broken 2 plates. Everyone assumed her state was caused by Takumi-san's death. They were close after all, and everyone was sympathetic. I knew that she was actually just tense because she was planning to trap her sons and then kill them, but I didn't say a word, of course. Breakfast was over and we finished washing the dishes. Kanzo-san prepared to go clean up Takumi-san and Yasu help out. Said that, which made a chill go down my spine. I had no idea what kind of info the two would exchange if they had a secret chat. Okay. Wait, I'll go. Alright. That was why Yoshisugu-kun's words were a big help. I'll be more useful than this empty husk. Let's go.
義継、お願いね。
Do what you have to, Yoshisugu.
ババアはそこのふぬけ野郎によく言い聞かせとけよ。
You help the idiot get the point.
安永、ちょっと来なさい。
Come with me, Yasunaga. It was going great. Yoshisugu-kun returned from cleaning up and Kanzo-san went patrolling, but Yasunaga-kun and Kaori-san still hadn't returned. A bit worried, I finished cleaning up and relaxed when...
Haruaki-sama. 少々。
Haruaki-san. Haruaki-san, may I have a moment? Someone called out to me. It is about Meiko. Oh. That was an issue I'd nearly forgotten. Short distance from everyone else here, around 10 steps away from Tai-san and her prayers, we started whispering to each other. Is she still being rebellious?
前まで着替えも一人でしなかったのか。
Yes, until recently she needed my help dressing up, and now she does not. But now she does not. It might be a good thing, but
食事も離れて食べてましたね。
She ate alone too, didn't she? Is cute though.
それで二言目にはお姉ちゃんをくくる、房幸さんをくくると。
Yes, and she always says that Oni-chan Fusayuki-san should hang.
最後が殺す連呼してるわけですよね。どこのドキュンファミリーだ。
A small girl basically saying that she wants to murder? What family of delinquents did she grow up with? Delinquents?
いや、外ではそういう育て方をされた子供もいなくはないので。
Yeah, we have poorly raised children outside this village too. Oh my.
しかし、何なんでしょうね。
Still, what's with her?
わかりません。いえ。
I do not know. I do not know. Actually, I worry that.
メイコは橋本様がおっしゃっていた。
She might be the badger. She might be the badger that Hashimoto-sama mentioned. There. She noticed it too, and she probably wasn't alone.
そうかもしれません。 狼におもねった人。だから、人をくくれと言ってるのか。
Maybe a human that sides with the wolves, is that why she wants to hang the humans?
神不自由氏には、狼を善とし、他のお使いと休みずは、世に属すとする伝えもあります。
In Kami Fujiyoshi, people believe the wolves are good and that the other guardians have sided with Yomi.
それを聞かされて、メイコは寝返った？
Did someone tell her, is that why she changed sides?
あるいはただ、私は、
Maybe or
機嫌を損ねてしまっただけかも。
maybe you and I did something to get on her bad side.
心当たりはないな。
Nothing comes to mind.
でも、ひとまずは放置しても大丈夫でしょう。彼女の言うことが、宴の参加者に影響を与えることは、まずない。
But I think we can just ignore it for now. I doubt that anything she says will affect the other participants.
そんな、楽観視していて、いいのでしょうか。
Can we really be...
宴の参加者として、
Can we really be so Can we really be so optimistic? She has a right to vote, just like everyone else in the feast.
よくはないですが、しかし、ルールに従うなら、彼女を宴から除外する唯一の方法は、くくることで。
That's not really good, but if you follow the rules, the only way to get rid of her is by hanging.
皆様の宴の機会を
If that saves us one of the feet. If that saves us one of the feasts, perhaps I should. That would be good for us.
やめましょう、それは。人の票を無駄に1票減らしてしまいますし、第一、残酷に過ぎます。
Please don't. It'll be a waste of a human vote, and just cruel in general.
わかりました。メイコにお慈悲をいただき、
I understand. Thank you.
ございます。
I understand. Thank you. I understand. Thank you for showing mercy to her, Haruaki-sama.
さんはどうしてあの子にそこまで肩入れなさるんです？ただの迷子でしょうに。
Kako-san, why do you care about her so much? She's just a lost child you picked up, isn't she?
身寄りのない子供を引き取って育てるのも上松家の役目でしたので。
Taking in children without a place to go and raising them was one of the roles of the Uematsu.
そうなんですか。
Really?
上松家は長者家の中では血筋をさほど重視せず、
Yes, the
身寄りのないものを
Yes, the Uematsu did not care.
迎え入れてきました。
Yes, the Uematsu did not care much for lineage and actively accepted orphans and those without a place to go as their own. I could only assume they needed more bedroom woman servants to fulfill their evening duties.
さんは伝統を大事になさるんですね。
Rikako-san, you really value tradition, don't you?
はい。そのようなことしかない世界で
Yes.
参りましたので。
Yes, that's what kind of world I grew up in. This whole area was a separate realm built around the worship of Great Lord Shinai. From my perspective, she was very unfortunate to have been born here. But perhaps from her point of view, being a city boy without the pillars of faith and tradition to support me was far more unfortunate. I couldn't deny that a world where the way to live and die hadn't changed for centuries could be easier to live in. A well-balanced aquarium didn't need much to stay stable, it just had to continue following already established processes. However, in the real world, closed systems were extremely hard to maintain. Other animals, diseases, lineages, ideals, the system was threatened by countless things. In liberated societies, however, the people had to develop a strong will with a blend of common sense and individuality and constantly conflict with others. Not like that couldn't crumble as a result of outside influences either, but there was no denying that it was tougher than a secluded, happy society. Open societies exchanged certain happiness for the practical, universal simplicity we call money. That reasoning was probably a bit shaky. Anyway, this settlement, as well as Fujiyoshi, would eventually fall victim to our aging society. Without a single person here, Great Lord Shinai would, just like the Badger, or the nameless mountain god, be forgotten and vanish. The Uematsu, her included, would simply vanish faster than the rest. Thus, what I felt for her right now was merely sympathy for something facing its inevitable end. A worthless sentiment you could have about anything. None of that had happened. I'd thrown away even Chibi.
いかがなさいました？
Haruaki-sama, is something troubling you?
どうかしてましたか？僕。
Why would you think
怖
that?
い顔をなさっていました。
You were wearing a frightening expression.
すみません。
Ah ha ha ha. Sorry. I had to keep a tight grip on my conscience. Without deciding what to do about Mako, I returned to the dining hall, where I found Yasunaga-kun and Kaori-san. Yasunaga-kun seemed a bit better than before, but only slightly. Kaori-san looked the same, though, so I couldn't tell if she succeeded in getting Yasunaga-kun to not talk about Takumi-san.
お昼の準備を始めましょうか。今日もすぐに宴でしょうから。
Let's prepare lunch.
洗ってもらえるかしら。
Let's prepare lunch, shall we? The feast will start soon. Can you wash the pot for me?
わかりました。
Of course. I opened the metal pot I'd grown used to using, and found a piece of paper inside. Takumi didn't tell Yasunaga anything about being a snake. He simply consulted Yasunaga about Chiemi-chan's death and talked about how they could proceed with the feast. Maintaining my poker face, I brought the pot to the sink and filled it with water, getting the paper all wet. The fountain pen letters quickly became unreadable. I then used a scrubbing brush to quickly tear it apart, rolled it into a ball, and threw it in the trash. Is Kaori-san aware just how risky that was? Anyway, that info just now was extremely important. Takumi-san hadn't told him about being a snake. What was I to make of that? The first time Takumi-san had revealed he was the snake on the very first day, why would he be so careful now? What if he wasn't the snake? What if Yasunaga couldn't lie to his mother as a precaution? Crap, Kaori-san's note didn't tell me anything about how she'd asked about it, or the nuances of the replies. But this could definitely be a good time to come out as the snake. What was I to do now? I thought about that for every second of lunch. I did think I kept a normal expression on my face at least. I took far too long to decide that, regardless of the circumstances, I needed to claim a role.
今日の宴を始めますよ。
Let's begin today's feast.
匠を殺した狼は絶対にくくらねばならないからね。
We need to hang the wolves that killed Takumi. Prayer time was over for her. Her sadness and confusion had become hatred of the wolves. Everyone displayed approval of her words, including us wolves. We might have been the ones terrorizing them, but it wasn't hard for us to act like the powerless resistance. First of all, Yasunaga-kun said that Takumi-san's death rendered the snake's power meaningless. His tones seemed authentic, so it was hard to believe he was just hiding that we'd lost the snake.
となると、この時点で人だと確定しているのは、未だにモッチーと橋本さんの2人だけ。
That means that the only confirmed humans so far are Mochi and Hashimoto-san.
狼じじいと匠兄がいなくなって、この場には13人。まだ11人もいる。
With Chie-ni, hey, the old wolfman and Takumi-ni, he gone. There's only 13 of us now, with 11 being unconfirmed.
そこから一人、一番怪しいものをあげて処刑する。
And we must choose only one to hang.
苦しい事態だね。
And we must choose only one to hang, huh? That is quite difficult.
ヘビが調べるもんを選べ。それくくるのは残り10人じゃ。
Pick who the snake's looking at tonight. That'll leave just 10. If we're to consider the order, Yasunaga-kun was giving me a sideways glance.
兄ちゃんなんじゃないの？いろいろ喋ってるし、怪しまれたら。
It should be you, Ni-chan. You talk a lot, so if people start to think you are suspicious...
そうだ。下手すりゃジジイあたりが難癖つけそうじゃねえか。
Yeah, I imagine the old fart to talk shit about you.
僕、疑わしいですかね。
Am I suspicious?
記者の女は初日にくくることを渋ったな。
You and the journal lady were against hanging the first day.
それを言うなら、匠兄だってそうだし、肝臓さんだって否定はしなかったでしょ。
Takumi-ni was against it too. Even you understood why, right?
わしは票はくくる方に入れた。
I voted for the hanging. Kanzo-san began presenting his unreasonable argument. He was basically saying that just about everyone here deserved the noose.
まあまあ、実のところ、判断材料はまだ全然足りないんですよ。
Please calm down. We still don't have enough information to decide.
初日の投票を判断材料にするのは間違いです。提案したのは猿のカゴ車である僕ですからね。
It's a mistake.
抑えてください。
It's a mistake to use that vote as a basis for her hanging. I was the one who suggested it, and I'm a monkey, so please control yourselves.
ちなみに楽観論だけど、昨日のおじいさんが狼だっていう可能性はないのかな。
Now, if we were to be optimistic, what's the likelihood of the old wolf person from yesterday being a wolf? 0. Certain answer from a place no one expected. Yep, this is gonna be interesting, so we're learning who the crow is, huh?
狼じじいは人間だっつってんだ。
Old fart was a human.
それは
Are you saying that you...
全員動くな。
Don't move, any of you. Sharp words and a sharp sound. He stabbed a kitchen knife from the dining hall into the tatami mat, into the tatami before him. Haru-chan gasped while Kanzo-san made a stern face and got up.
動くなっつってんだ。じじいでも容赦はしねえぞ。
I said don't fucking move. That means you too, old fart. Kanzo-san could have probably beaten him with one or two stab wounds in him. He didn't do it though, probably because the hostility in Yoshisugu-kun's voice was highly restrained. Despite his intense words, he was very calm and displayed great determination. It was a silent threat, and Kanzo-san believed it was worth listening to him. What is it saying? Even encouraged him to talk.
俺はカラスだ。昨日くくられた狼じじいは人だった。
I'm the crow. The old wolf guy we hanged yesterday was a human.
もし他にカラスを名乗る奴が出たら間違いなく偽物だから即ぶっ殺す。
If anyone else says they're the crow, they're faking it, and I'll kill them right now.
やめたまえ。そんなパフォーマンスは。
Stop. We don't need such
や
demonstrations.
めねえ。読み意味の宴なんざ。要は信じるか信じないかの勝負だろ。
I won't stop. The feast's all about whether you believe or not, right?
なら一番本気見せた奴が勝つ道理だ。違うかよ、狼ども。
In that case, the ones who will win are the ones who show just how damn serious they are, right? Ain't you wolf assholes?
殺される覚悟があんなら語ってみせろや、カラスをよ。
If you wanna die trying to say you're a crow, I dare ya. I saw what he was doing here.
結局は信じるか信じないかだろ。読み意味の宴ってやつは。
The feast's all about whether you believe or not, right? They both reacted and reached the same conclusion because they weren't wrong. Due to the unreliable nature of playing the odds, the feast became, just as I thought, a game of politics rather than logic. In political scenarios, the ones who were in charge were the loudest and most emotional, not the most rational. After all, logic required energy to understand. Basically, it was a pain in the ass. The people who actually enjoyed building complex logical theories were by far in the minority. The majority disliked wasting energy on understanding them, even if they did have that capacity. There was something they all had in common. They all wanted to believe that the world was actually easy to understand, the truth was simple, and that someone was just making it more complex than it was. The truth was that any world worked based on complicated mechanisms, and it only seemed simple because you wanted to see it that way. However, it was impossible to impress the complexity of the world upon everyone. Thus, people always left certain matters, such as science or politics, to those considered to be pros. It was a sensible delegation of authority. But to earn trust, you needed to present yourself in a way that was simple rather than complex. You needed a story that the ones who'd cast logic aside could easily swallow. Like Takumi-san back then, Yoshisugu-kun now. Oh, they'd realized that, so they decided to gamble on it. Discard logic, pick your methods based on feeling and preference, gamble and win support. They'd provided the anti-logic crowd with a convenient lifeboat. It was definitely a good approach, but Yoshisugu-kun had overlooked two things. Doesn't look like there's anyone. Then I guess I'm the real crow, huh? First was his own nature. He was a persuasive person even when there was no basis for it. I actually admired that. Yoshisugu-kun was your generic edgy delinquent to the core. However, he was kind at heart as well as passionate and naive. That much was plain for me to see. Okay, so now that he's the crow, he has to die sometime, but he can't be too early. Well, let's see. However, he was kind at heart as well as passionate and naive. That much was plain for me to see. It was at home. It was why everyone could believe him if he took things seriously enough. As long as he stayed honest, no one would doubt him. It was a rare and valuable talent. In a good-natured society, that is.
わかった。
I see.
じゃあ義継はカラスのカゴ車で確定。狼じじいも人で確定。
Then let's all assume he's the crow while the old wolf man was a
あ
human.
と10人の中に3人の狼がいるってことだ。
That means we have 10 other people, 3 of which are wolves. That was all that he'd earned by revealing his guardian to us wolves. Was it really worth the risk? Well, it's not really worth the risk of us killing him right now. The other thing he'd misunderstood was that this was something that couldn't be emulated. No one who tried something similar would get the same results. This was because winning via brute force was usually a bad move in this game. He was an exception. It did nothing and he could only use it once. You should have saved that for the endgame, Yoshisugu-kun. Oh, how I wanted to say that. I wanted to put on a shit-eating grin and tell that to him. I really wanted him to understand how harsh the world really was. Thus I had to survive. Damn it, I had to win this even more now.
義継君の勇気あるカミングアウトに僕は敬意を表したい。
I respect your courage in revealing your guardian.
そして僕も言うべきことがある。
I also have something to say. What is it? If this was Yasunaga-kun's trap, I'd fall right into it. It'd be embarrassing, but I'd just loop back and try again.
蛇のカゴ車です。だから自分を調べるわけにはいかない。
I'm a snake, that's why I couldn't look into myself.
あなたが
You?
僕は彼ほどの強烈なアピールはできませんが、もし対抗して狼が蛇を名乗ってきたら
I can't be as intense as he was, but if there's any wolf who wants to be a fake
そ
snake,
の時は全力で論破してみせましょう。
I will tear them down with facts and
います
logic.
か？蛇を語る方は。
Do we have any volunteers? No, of course not. Takumi Moro really was the
どう
snake.
やらこれで未確定者が9人に絞られたみたいです。
That lowers the number of unknowns to 9. And Yasunaga-kun didn't know that either. Oh, how I wanted to thank Takumi-san because of how thoroughly he kept his secret we wolves would be saved.
昨日はあんな言い方をして匠兄を調べることを自分で提案してたんですね。
Is that why you suggested we investigate Takumi-ni? That's a good question here. Let's see what is posed right now. Like, is Fusaishi gonna say he's human? Or that he's a wolf? Either one would be a good move to go here. But probably human. Let's see. Is that why you suggested we investigate Takumi-ni?
そういうこと。ただ無駄になってしまったけどね。
Yes, it was wasted
そ
though.
うね。調べる人を明示してしまうのも考えものだわ。調べた端から殺していけば確定者はいつまでも増えない。
I see, so you basically declared who you would investigate, and if the targets are killed, will never increase the amount of confirmed humans. Bingo, that was why I suggested we check Takumi-san. I also wanted to see his reaction to help me figure out if he was the snake.
じゃあ宇佐石くんが初日夜に調べたのは一体誰かな？
And who did you look into the first night? I already had an answer to
オ
that.
リベ安永くんです。
Yasunaga Oribe-kun, he was a human.
あと8人。
That leaves 8.
もう一つ仮定しておこうか。
Can I suppose another one?
その可愛い女の子、メイコちゃんだったかな。
That cute little girl Mako-chan,
彼
right?
女はムジナじゃないかな。
Isn't she a badger? What the? You're going for that already, Hashimoto? I knew he would point that out.
それは嘘をつくとかいう記者さんが言うとったあれかね。
Is that the one you talked about? The one that would lie?
多分実在したんだと思うんです。
Yes, I think the badger exists. Bah? No, I'm the goat. The goat? There is no goat.
すみません。よくわからないことを。
I am sorry. I am sorry. I'm sorry that she... Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry that she's being like this, but I also think that as well.
そうでもなければ。誰もをくくるなどという子ではありませんから。
If she is not talking nonsense, she insists we hang someone, which is definitely something she did not previously do.
まあ彼女の立ち位置はよくわからないのだけど、一つ言えるのは、もし狼と合流しているのなら。
Well, I don't know what her role is, but if she has contact with the wolves.
静かにしておけと指示を受けると思うんですよね。
I'm sure they told her to keep quiet.
だから彼女も人だということでいいんじゃないかと思うわけです。
Therefore, I believe.
狼じゃない。
Therefore, I believe we should assume that she's a human, definitely not a wolf at
もし
least.
それを外せば残り7人にまで減ります。
If you remove her, that leaves just 7.
半蔵さん、
Konzo-san,
ふざけんじゃねえ。
quit joking. Silence.
なだそんなもんおらん。
The badger? That don't
あん
exist.
ちゃん、しかしゲンさんもそのようなことを言ってたわよ。
Kanchan, did you forget when Gensan talked about it?
親父は最後ボケとったろうが。そんなもん信じられるか。
Gengun senile then, not worth believing.
でも狼なら黙ってるはずって説には説得力が。
But the idea that she'd just be quiet if she was a wolf is believable, right?
俺っぽっちもね。狼がガキを見殺しにして目くらましにしとるかもしれんだろうが。
Not at all. The wolves could just be using her as a sacrifice to hide themselves.
おい、ヤスは本当に蛇のカゴで人だと知れたか。
Hey, Yassi's really human, huh, Snake?
はい。
Yes, no doubt about it.
それならヤスは甘すぎる。
Then he's too
そ
soft.
んなことは。
No, I just...
が死んだ時もくくらんでええと言った。
You said we shouldn't hang even when she died.
そうですか。
Oh, so you
信
don't...
用できないと。
Oh, so you don't trust me? The mood changed. Yasunaga-kun was as stern as he'd been when he was a wolf.
兄貴、黙らせるならやるぜ。
Want to shut him up?
それはまだいい。
Not yet.
ああ、やっすんが怒った。こりゃ早いとこ退散したいな。
Oh man, Yasun's mad. I'd really like to go now.
兄ちゃん、やめようよ。怖いって。おじいちゃんも。
Ni-chan, stop. You're scaring me. You too, OG-chan.
久石さん、さっきは僕を調べるべきだって話になってましたが、それはもう無意味ですよね。
Fusashi-san, we considered investigating me before, but that's meaningless now, right?
そうだね。すでに調べてたから。
Yeah, it's already done.
次調べるのはハルちゃんです。
Then investigate Haru-chan next.
私
Me?
私を調べてくれるの？
You'll do that?
一度調べてもらったら安心だろ。
Yes, once it's done, you'll be safe. I didn't mind that. Now that I've taken the role of Snake, I could lie as much as I wanted. But why did he suggest it now? Quit messing around. Naturally, Konzo-san snapped.
わしを調べろ。わしは人じゃ。若えのもわしが優先じゃと言った。
Investigate me. I'm human. The youngin said I'm more important here.
発言量の多い順から調べるのが順当かと思うが。
I also believe that it's best to investigate the most influential participants.
馬脚を表したな。
Participants, you've shown your true colors.
なんだと
What?
あなたは孫娘の安否確認より自分が宴で選ぶる方が大事なんだ。
You want to flout your importance in the feast instead of ensuring your own granddaughter's safety.
てめえは地位が死んだからって春のことを手元に落ちてってか。
I get it, she's dead, so you want to have Haru now, huh? What did you say?
僕は春ちゃんのことはそんな風には思っていませんが。
I don't think of Haru-chan that way. Yasunaga-kun was able to finish the sentence. Because he was able to finish his sentence because Kanzo-san's fist didn't reach him. Yoshisuga-kun had jumped in at just the right time to take it in his stomach. You're scum. Oh, shut it. He then sunk his left fist into Yoshisuga-kun's cheek. The team fell to the ground. The kitchen knife from before was still in the tatami mat a few feet in front of him. Kanzo-san hadn't already noticed it, so he beat Yoshisuga-kun to a punch and grabbed the handle. Then prepared to... Oji-chan, stop! Everyone was looking at Kanzo-san right now. Cold stares, fearful eyes, judgmental glares. Yasunaga-kun's trap wasn't that special. Like he'd said, it was worth investigating Kanzo-san and confirming his humanity at this point. However, since he was so rough about it, Kanzo-san had gone and treated Haru-chan as Yasunaga-kun's woman rather than his dear granddaughter. That was when he had to retract his statement and stop himself. There were many ways he could have gone about this, like saying that letting Haru-chan be investigated could get her killed, like Takumi-san last night. Or he could have said he'd made a mistake, that Haru-chan was more important and let her have the turn. He would have still had everyone's respect then. He could have still been the backbone of the village. But now he turned violent and pointed a blade at the defenseless brothers. Right now, he was just a threat to everyone. Upon coming back to his senses, he seemed to have realized that he'd crossed a line and could never crossed the line he could never come back from. The crude old man was at a loss for words. Excuses, manipulation, rationalization, all of these concepts were foreign to a character as stoic as he was. A man of few words had little he could say after such a catastrophic blunder. However, out of all the words he could have chosen, hang me. I certainly didn't expect those. Oji-chan? I have lost my edge.
わしはやるべきことを見失って 人に刃を向けた。
Yasu's right. I forgot what mattered and pointed a blade at a human.
誰もわしの言うことなど聞きゃしねえし。
No one will listen to me now, and that's fine.
なくなるべきは
I gotta be gone.
そんな、
But
嫌だよ。私一人ぼっちになるじゃん。
no, I'll be all alone then.
そうだ。
Haru, that ain't true.
安水がお前の家族よ。皆そうしとる。
Yasumizu's your family. It's what they think too. Yasu.
わ
Yes.
しがいなくなれば狼に勝てる。
You can defeat the wolves,
そ
right?
うせざるを得ないです。
I
も
must.
しもだな。
You too, Yoshi?
当たり前だろうが。
Damn fucking right.
オリベのいい息子持ったじゃねえか。
Oribe, you've got some good sons.
こと。
I only...
一旦落ち着きましょう。いろんなことがごっちゃになってる。
let us calm down for a second. This is a bit too chaotic.
そ者は黙っとれ。
Shut it, outsider. But
これは僕らの問題です。
this is our
参
problem.
ったな。
Oh dear.
あんちゃん、まだ早いんじゃないんかね。
Kanchan, isn't it too early?
じじい、ババアから死ぬのが
Elders should die first.
まあも覚悟はしとけ。
Taiba, you better prepare too.
おじいちゃん。
OG-chan,
春、達者でな。
stay strong, Haru. Oh man. Were these people brain dead? This wasn't the time or place for this. Personal vendettas, lovers, spats, brotherly union, maturity generation gaps. This wasn't a situation where you could waste time on something like that, was it? Kanzo-san was human, no matter how you put it. Sure, he'd sown some discord, but they had to make an effort to fix that. I didn't mind if they got rid of someone who'd made an unnecessary scene, but their decision should have been more calculated and less emotional. Those who weren't part of their circle just didn't know how to react. Hashimoto-san showed some serious courage trying to intervene. However, he'd underestimated how cold Yasumizu could be towards outsiders. I knew that well thanks to Chiemi. Well, not like I objected to this outcome. If these people were going to accept his death and find unity in madness, I'd just play along. I wasn't looking down on them. I just thought they were brain dead, but I had to take that back. Madness was a fearsome foe to face. I'd let myself revel in victory once I actually won. And I would definitely emerge victorious. Thanks to my looping, I had all the attempts I needed, and then some. Don't become... Oh. Why'd her face just come to my head? She'd had nothing to do with this turn of events right now. This turn of events, right? Not even the last time. What was I not supposed to become? Takumi-san and Chiemi were gone now. Thus the task of tying up, dragging and hanging Kanzo-san had transferred to the Oribe brothers. The elder brother led while the younger one dragged. Everyone else followed after singing a saddening version of Prayer to Shinai. Though perplexed, the journos joined in too, and they looked a lot like I had back then. By this point, the feeling that the villagers were crazy had dulled, and I was starting to believe that I was the anomaly here. The term peer pressure came to mind. There certainly was a way to use peer pressure to erode people's aversion to murder and reduce them to marionettes. By imposing such meaningless repetitive rituals on a group of people enough times, they would eventually be viewed as commonplace events. It'd been done many times throughout history in wars, POW camps, cultist sects, and the feast. No, Yasumizu as a whole was a prime example of that. The local culture was deeply ingrained in their minds. Anyone living here would eventually start to question their own way of life. Huh? So the story I'd created wasn't far off the mark. Anyone living near a hellish place long enough would themselves become inhabitants of hell. If you looked at it that way, I might have been a resident of hell myself. Now, what did the great lord of the local hell, Shinai-sama, want out of something so needlessly profound? I still didn't know. In fact, I wasn't sure if the god himself knew what he wanted out of this. Just a thought. An eternal dance of murder and concealment shrouded in the densest mist. Oji-chan. I already said goodbye. I leave the rest to you. Rise not. Ji-chan. Rise not. The brothers extended their hands and the rugged old man's body fell down. In a moment the rope went taut. I heard a sound akin to a frog's croak from down below. The seeds of malice I'd planted had grown and bloomed. I wanted him to live a bit longer and play the role of the antagonistic, hateful old fart, but oh well. Deciding to kill him would probably haunt Yasunaga-kun until he died. As someone with a strong sense of justice, he would either eventually self-destruct or struggle to find some internal justification for it. No, we'd promised Kaori-san that we would kill him soon. Whatever the case, there was no problem. There was no problem for us. For now. I just had to be wary of some surprise attacks from the rest. Hope that the last of the Uematsu Rikako-san didn't have any other secrets. And think of how to deal with these two. Hashimoto-san wasn't shaken by the lynching, and as we returned our eyes met. I had no idea what he was thinking. His expression and eyes both were unreadable to me. He, on the other hand, clearly read something about me. That wasn't fair. First Yoshisuke-kun, now Hashimoto-san. Their goddamn superpowers were just unfair. They were the reason why I, a normal, talentless individual who didn't stand out in any way, had to take such drastic measures. I couldn't even tell if he actually suspected me or was just slightly uneasy. I felt like I was doing a good job, but since I was now at the forefront, it was more likely that I would be targeted. What would he do next? I was actually kind of excited for tomorrow's feast. Oh my gosh! Is this gonna be Kira versus L all over again? Because that's the vibe I'm getting. I was actually kind of excited for tomorrow's feast. After the feast, everyone gathered in the dining hall with barely any words. We ate a simple dinner and went our own ways. Takumi-san and Kanza-san were gone now, so we didn't even have anyone say that it was time to go back. However, it was hard to believe they would just collapse. Hashimoto-san would plan and decide what to do tomorrow, and the Oribe brothers would do something too. I could only imagine what they were thinking in the window between sheltering and dreaming. Thus began our third secret meeting. We would tear their fragile plans to shreds.
さあ、約束を。
Okay, we're still good on time. Now let's fulfill the promise. Her voice is calm but stern.
息子を楽にする。
Let's give one of your sons their rest. Certainly.
どっちをやるの？兄ちゃん？よしくん？
Which are we going for, Nichan, Yoshi-kun? They sure were excited about this. It still pissed me off.
ならないで。
Don't become. As did Chiami's face, which often flashed before my eyes
その前
recently.
に、もう少し二人とも
Before we do that,
苦しんでくれませんか？
can't you two suffer a bit more? I made a smile and asked that. Suffer?
ええ、苦渋の決断ですよね。黄泉から落ちた息子を自分の手で、悲劇的な展開じゃないですか。
I don't think she's gonna take it, but let's see what's your reasoning here, because going for Hashimoto so quickly seems like it would be a mistake. Let's see. I mean, this is difficult for you, right? You're about to send a son back to Yomi. It's a tragedy, isn't it?
はるちゃんなんて、今日、肉親が死ぬのを抜け抜けと見守ったんだよ。
Haru-chan, you just sat there and watched as your own grandfather was hanged today.
これじゃあ、強靭じゃないか。人として、最低じゃないですか。
That's madness, a terrible way for a human to act.
僕だって、この力を持って生まれた日から、ろくでもないこともたくさんしてきましたが、
I've done many terrible things since being born and granted this
いる
power.
べき場所を間違えた方を送り返すには、それなりの共感と同情と、罪悪感を持ってやってきました。
Sending people to where they truly belong carries with it a lot of sympathy, empathy, and guilt. This lie was such pain at this point I didn't even have a reason to keep telling it anymore.
僕らが平然としていたら、僕らがやってることの正しさは消えるんですよ。
If we act normal while doing this kind of thing, we won't be in the right anymore.
私たちが苦しんでないとでも？
Do you think we're not suffering? Oh,
苦しんでるんですか？
you are.
それはもう、
Of course.
泣いたりわめいたりするのが、もう億劫だから。
It's a bother.
続けているだけよ。
It's a bother to cry at this point, so we simply do our best to be insane.
私はあなたに迷惑をかけたくないから。
And I just don't want to cause you
あ
trouble.
なたと違って私たちは狂わないとあなたにはついていけない。
Unlike you, we can't keep up with you unless we go
それ
insane.
でも、普通は、狂い方なんてみんな知らないはずなんですけどね。
But people normally don't know how to go insane.
ちゃんは、僕のせいにはするな。香織さんは二人殺した後死んでくれるからいいけど、君は違うだろう。
Also, Haru-chan, don't act like this is my fault. Kaori-san will die after she kills her sons, but you won't, right?
生き残れた時に、君にも罪を背負ってもらわないといけないんだから。
You need to survive and bear this sin.
私も死ねばいいのかな。
I can die too, can I?
死ねばいいじゃない。
Yes, she can't she? I raised my leg and kicked over the bucket.
あらら。
Oh my.
こんな茶番、たくさんだ。
I've had enough of this nonsense.
早く済ませましょう。
Then why not get this over
そう
with?
ね。早く。
Yeah, like we should. Okay, so I have to kill one of the brothers tonight, huh? Well, Yoshisugu is gonna be an important thing. But Yasunaga is more in line here. Because Yoshisugu, I don't think, talks too much or enough. So let's try and kill Yasunaga. Just to eliminate a huge threat. We would kill Yasunaga Oribe. if we let Yoshisugu and the crow live, they would find out that Kanzo-san was a human, but everyone already knew that. The crow would live another day. During the charade at noon, Yasunaga-kun inherited Kanzo-san's will. His death would be more distasteful and tragic than anyone else's. The blind people here wanted a leader, and this would shock them immensely. I had no idea how good of a leader he would be, but it would be bad for us if he was actually good.
安永くんでいいですか?
Can we kill Yasunaga-kun?
わかったわ。
Certainly.
ちゃんとお別れか。
I guess this is goodbye to Nii-chan.
ことに及ぶにあたり、二人にお願いがあります。
Then there's something I want to ask you to.
何かしら?
Yes?
今日は二人で手を下してください。
Kill him yourselves this time.
やりすぎたから?
Because you overdid it yesterday?
で後ろから刺されるのはごめんだからだよ。
I don't want you stabbing my back while I'm doing the
そ
job.
んなことしないわよ。
I wouldn't do that. Liar.
でも、まあ、わかるから。
But I understand very well.
徹底的にやってくださいね。
Be thorough about it.
それは。
What do you mean?
僕らの痕跡が残ったり、メッセージを残されたりすることを防ぐためです。説明の後なら、苦しめることもないでしょう。
We need to make sure we don't leave any evidence and he doesn't leave any messages. He won't feel the pain once he's dead anyway.
わかったわ。
Alright. Don't become. Suffer. Let's see. We're still good in time. So I'll see you how long this takes to get to the next day. We've got plenty of time right now, but I don't know how long that this is gonna be. So we're gonna let this go to the next day and then I'll see about where things are at. So let's see, I filled the bucket with water again and we went into the mist. The water from the faucet repelled the corruption just fine, though it was from a well, so maybe it didn't count as tap water. Haru-chan went in front and Kaori-san was right behind her. Haru-chan was waving around a flashlight.
はるちゃんは、ああいうのが好きね。
I see you like that a lot, Haru-chan. Who cared about that? We headed for the dorm. Not long after we arrived. This reminded me of the first night when we tried to kill him and Shiimi got in our way. This time it was something else.
どうしたんですか? 早く開けてください。
What's the problem? Hurry up and open it.
開かないわ。
It's not opening. Oh,
私もやってみる。
let me try.
他の部屋はどうかしら。
What about the other rooms? I tried touching the cheap-looking metallic knob too. I didn't feel anything unlock and I couldn't open it either. We then went around all the houses that had living people in them, but none of the doors opened. After a moment of thought, I reached a conclusion. The spider got the better of us.
つまり、クモは兄ちゃんのドアを守っていて、それで私らがドアを触った瞬間、鍵開けを防いだ?
So the spider protected Nii-chan's door and prevented it from unlocking when we tried to open it?
そんな...
Oh no. Okay, so now we know what happens when a spider protects them. That's some good information to know. So, oh no.
いや、当然、想定すべきでした。
No, we should have expected this.
安水住人ならば、安永くんが一番重要な椅子に座ったことを理解して、彼を守る。
Anyone living in Yasumizu would know that he's that he's in the most important position right now. Of course they would protect him.
どうすればいいの？
What do we do?
どうもこうも感受するしかありません。
We have no choice but to accept it.
一晩無駄にした。香織さんは息子を殺せない。そして雲には僕らが安永君を狙ったことがバレる。
It's a night wasted for us. Kaori-san can't kill his son, and the spider will know that we targeted Yasunaga-kun.
それってどうなの？
Is that a big deal?
別に。むしろいくつか分かったわけですが。
No, not really. In fact, this gives us some info. The spider was from Yasumizu. If Mamiya-san was the spider, she'd have protected either Hashimoto-san, me, or Yoshisugu-kun. The only locals whose roles we didn't know were Tai-san, Kinosuke-shi, and Rikako-san. Yasunaga-kun couldn't have been the spider since they couldn't protect themselves. Meiko couldn't be it either. If she was the spider, Rikako-san would control her like last time. She was clearly the badger. That meant that one of those three was the spider. It wasn't completely unlikely that it was Kinosuke-shi, but I couldn't imagine him making this choice. He'd probably protect Rikako-san every single day. In order of likelihood, from highest to lowest, it was probably Rikako-san, then Tai-san, then Kinosuke-shi. Worse than that?
明日は必ず殺せるのかしら。
Tomorrow, will I get to kill them tomorrow? Calm down, Kaori. You're gonna out yourself too much if you act like this, though nobody can see you right now. This woman had abandoned all hope to keep her mind intact. Now, King. Back around to undermine her sanity if she didn't get to kill her sons. And it looked like the situation where we couldn't let her have the kills she was promised would continue. Oh man, I wanted to reset. Right now, actually. Maybe I could just walk off the cliff and... it says of the cliff, but I read it as off the cliff there, and... This now? Yeah.
ごめんなさい。不謹慎で。
Oh, sorry, that was imprudent.
サイスさん。あなたやっぱり、狂ってるのね。
Pusaishi-san, you really are insane, aren't you?
僕が狂ってる？
Me insane?
いやいや、そりゃ、ずるいよ。
Hey, that's not
先
fair.
に狂ったのは、そっちじゃないか。
You're the ones who went insane first. I told the others too if they were in danger of getting hanged to pretend to be the crow, avoiding the spider at all costs. The spider wasn't an option, claiming the spider meant death on the next or the following night, and if that didn't happen it would mean the spider was a fake. With Yoshisugu-kun's reveal, pretending to be a crow became a lot harder, but it was still safer than pretending to be a spider. Yasunaga-kun and Hashimoto-san would also find it suspicious that a spider reveal even happened in the first place, so that was another reason. Though I would follow Yasunaga-kun's idea and tell everyone that my snake powers said that Haru-chan was a human so she wouldn't be suspected. I was in way more danger in that regard. Also, I would see how the votes worked, and if possible, hang Rikako-san. However, our votes would go different ways. We couldn't force it. Tomorrow's vote would be on hanging one of the 6 confirmed humans. Tai-san, Kaori-san, Kinosuke-shi, Rikako-san, Meiko, and Mamiya-san. I would try to make sure it wasn't Kaori-san. After I provided the course of action, we went our own ways. We said goodbye to Kaori-san and went uphill. Alright, so we're still pretty good on time, but our secret meeting hasn't come up yet, so let's see how this goes. But we should be able to go for a few more minutes, at the least.
Haru-chan.
Haru-chan?
何？
What? I was the one who started the conversation. There was a loss. That was a loss for me.
狂ってるのか？
Am I insane? Maybe.
私はあなたを知らないから。
I don't really know you.
あなたがえげつない方法で人を殺しながら人に道徳を説くのが理解できないだけかもね。
Though maybe I don't understand how you can brutally kill a man then talk about morals. She had a point, another loss for me. God.
なんじゃ町のお方。
What is it, city dweller? Oh, so it shows up up here, huh?
僕は狂ってるんですか？
Am I insane?
ここに最初においでになった頃、貴様はやり直すために死のうなどと考えるような御人であったか？
When you first came here, were you the kind of person who would think, I want to die to restart?
決して善人というわけではあらせられんかったようじゃが。
Well, I certainly wouldn't not call you a good person. That wasn't fair. Third
だから
loss.
全部安水が悪いんですよ。
It's all Yasumizu's fault.
悪かったわね。それでも私らはここに住んで生きて死んでいくのよ。
Well, sorry. I'll live and die here, though.
やりにくいな。
This is hard.
何が？
What is?
なんでもないよ。
Nothing.
あのさ、
Hey,
何？
what?
本当に肝臓さんのことを何とも思ってないの？
Did you really not feel anything about Kanzo-san?
とも思ってないわけないじゃない。
Of course I
織
did.
部兄弟のことも、モッチーのことも。
Same for the Oribes and
誰
Mochi.
も殺したくないよ。
I don't want to kill anyone.
じゃあどうして平気で振る舞うの？
Then why are you acting all normal?
そうするのが正しいからかな。
Because it's the right way to
正
act.
しい。
Right?
正しい。
Right?
私しっかりしてる。私は汚れてなんかない。私は狂ってない。狂ってなんかおかしいのは。
I'm not corrupted. I am not insane. I'm not.
おかしいのは藤吉全部よ。おかしいのは神様の方よ。
It's Fujiyoshi that's messed up. It's God that's messed
神
up.
様とは状態のことなのか？
Is God some state of being? Crazy. Right. State of being.
何か気づかれたのかの町のお方。
Have you realized something, have you realized something, city dweller?
いえ、
No. If that were the case, I could understand it, but no, even then some things wouldn't make sense. No, that wasn't right either. It wasn't that I couldn't understand. It was just so absurd and way too hopeless. But I wanted to tear off all these masks and examine them to my heart's content. There was no more terrifying or thrilling moment than the one when you were about to expose the ugly face of the unknown. And apparently the role of a wolf wasn't fit for this. The wolves were way too right. Basically, I had to change my line of thinking.
はるちゃん、一つ提案がある。
Haru-chan, here's an idea. I turned back into the small wolf. What? Alright, it was Haru-chan.
僕らは悪役に徹しよう。
We should give our all to be villains.
悪
Villains?
超悪い人だ。
Yeah, the bad guys. She tilted her head in
超
confusion.
悪いので人を殺す。超悪いので仲間を裏切る。超悪いので好きなことをする。
We're bad guys who kill people. We're bad guys who betray their own. We're bad guys who do what we want.
なぜなら、僕らが超悪いからであって、正しいからじゃない。
It would all be because we're evil, not because we're right.
あらゆる正義から自由だ。
Evil is free from all forms of justice.
悪。
Villains? Evil?
そんなの、いいの？
Are you sure it's good to be like
良く
that?
はないさ。もちろん。
No, it isn't good, of course.
知ってるか？はるちゃん。
But you know something?
人間ってのは、やろうと思えば、悪いことができる生き物なんだぜ。
If they set their minds to it, humans are animals that can do bad
人
things.
殺しは悪いこと？
Killing is bad? Well, typically, yes, Haru.
もちろん、悪だよ。
Of course, it's evil.
友達や家族やいい人たちを殺すことは？
And killing friends, family, and good
輪
people?
をかけて、最悪だね。
Even worse, it's pure
ど
evil.
うして？
Why? Reasons why we shouldn't murder. It was perhaps the hardest topic in morality. However, when you thought about it, it wasn't too difficult to find a logical answer to that, too. You simply ignored the concept of good and evil. If ignoring such ideas was an integral part of evil, then I would teach her and through it pose her a question about how flexible she really was.
心や体が不自由になるからさ。
Alright. We're close to when I usually end it, so we're gonna wait for it to get to the next day, and then I'll call it then. So let's see how this conversation goes. It inconveniences both mind and
わ
body.
からない。
I don't understand.
人の嫌がることをすれば、人から嫌がられる。それは思う以上に心を縛り付ける。
If you do something people don't want, they will start not wanting you either. That binds your mind and heart more tightly than you'd think.
人がひどく嫌がることをする人は、体だって縛り付けられる。
People who do things others really don't want might even find their bodies bound too.
縛られて、不自由な人は安心して生きられないし、安心して死ねないんだ。
Bound, inconvenienced people can't live in peace or die in peace.
人間は誰しも悪くない生き方を、良い生き方を誰も
Most humans are forced to live well and be good.
お互いに安心して生きて、安心して死にたいから。
And that's because they all want to live and die in
誰か
peace.
が誰かを縛ったり、縛られたりし始めれば、それは連鎖的にすごい数の人を不自由にしてしまう。
If people begin binding others, the chains grow to encompass more and more
だ
people.
からみんな、そんな生き方は嫌でしょってことで、よく生きろって育てられるんだよ。
So people grow up being told to live well to avoid that.
はるちゃん、
But get this.
そういうのを全部諦めれば、
If you give up on all that,
周りを全部不自由にして、自分も不自由な人生を送り、不自由な最後を迎えることを心に決めるなら、
if you inconvenience everyone as well as yourself and prepare to have a discomforting end,
人間は悪いことをやっていいんだ。
you can do bad things.
ねえ、それって、外だとみんなそうやって習うの？
Hey, does everyone outside of here learn that?
今考えた出任せさ。
Nope, I just thought of it myself. That's mean.
でも案外、正解かもしれないぜ。
but I think I'm surprisingly correct.
君が賛同するなら、僕も付き合う。
If you agree, I'll join you.
とことん。悪に生きてやろうじゃないか。
Let's be as villainous as we can be.
私、テレビでやってる洋画劇場、好きでさ。
I like the Western movies they show on TV.
何が好きなの？
Really? What do you like?
フォースがどうってやつ。
The one with the Force. A Star Wars fan, huh? She really did love that series,
キャ
huh?
ラが好き？
What character do you like?
他のやつ。
The golden one. CP3O? Was that why she liked androids? Did I remind her of him?
ああいうのってさ、基本、正義の側の気持ちで見るじゃん。
When you watch movies like that, you normally support the side of justice, right?
私も、言ったら恥ずかしいけど、かっこいいナイトが助けに来てくれたら素敵だな、なんてさ。
Saying this is kind of embarrassing, but I sometimes think about how great it'd be if some handsome knight came to save me.
とても真っ当な楽しみ方じゃないか。
That's a perfectly fine way to enjoy something.
悪いやつになるなんて、考えたこともなかった。
I never thought about becoming a bad
悪
guy.
いやつが主役の映画もいっぱいある。
There's lots of movies with bad guy protagonists.
そうなの？
Really? Yeah.
悪。
Can
泣いても、いいのかな？
Can a bad guy cry? Of course. Yeah, okay. As she began to intensely cry, I spread my arms out. She plunged into my chest with surprisingly little hesitation. OG Chan! I embraced her damp body and looked up at the sky. It was evil to grieve about parting ways with Yomabito, huh? Then perhaps she, no everyone here, wasn't actually insane. Well, I was an exception. We then walked around Yasumizu barely saying a word. Then we reached a fork in the path. One led to the dorm, the other to the construction site.
ここで、
Here. Yeah.
何かな？
What?
なんて呼べばいい？
What should I call you? A new name for a new relationship. I had a good idea for this.
春秋って呼んでくれ。
Just Haruaki is fine.
春秋、兄ちゃん？
Haruaki 兄ちゃん？
いや、呼び捨てで、春秋だ。悪の相棒は対等な関係だからね。
No, no honorifics, just Haruaki. Partners in evil are
呼
equal.
びにくいよ。
That's a bit hard for me.
みんなの前で呼んじゃダメだぞ。香織さんの前でもだ。
It's only between us though. Don't even use it in front of Kaori-san.
香織さんも？
Not even
だ
Kaori-san?
って、彼女は善人だ。
I mean, she's a good person.
そっか。そうだもんね。
Yeah, you're right.
悪として、香織さんも殺すんだもんね。
We'll kill her cause we're evil, right? Exactly.
わかった。春秋。
Alright, Haruaki.
はるちゃん。
Yeah,
こっ
Haru-chan.
ちだけちゃん付けはずるい。
Why do you get to call me with a Chan? That's not fair.
可愛い女の子をちゃん付けで呼びたい性分なんだ。
It's in my nature. Hold on, guys. An app just crashed. An important one, too. Alright. There we go. It's in my nature to want to call cute girls with a Chan.
私、 かわいい？
I'm cute.
悪になったことで6割増し。可愛くなった。
Becoming evil made you at least 60% more cute.
じゃあ許す。
I guess I'm fine with it then. She extended her hand to me. I grasped it tightly. We would no longer be wolves of justice, but wolves of evil.
おやすみ、春秋。
Good night, Haruaki. Good night. I turned around.
よく眠れるとよろしいな。
I hope you sleep well, city dweller.
いや、悪党殿。
No, villain. A cold voice.
神って一体何ですか？
Say God. Just what is a god?
白々しい。
Do not act like you don't know.
まあ、こういうのも悪くはありませぬな。
Well, I do not mind this too much. The intensity is not unpleasant.
火遊びまでたしなむとは刺激的なお方じゃ。
You are the sort that enjoys playing with fire, aren't you? Ah ha 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 ha. I walked off as if to get away from the laugh, which sounded strangely infuriated. It's infuriated. Alright, I just remembered that the protagonist of that movie was actually the princess' brother. Wait, but then it took a turn where the princess got together with a wandering rogue. Maybe it was safer to let her call me Ni-chan. And the 16th. Bring up the next scene. Alright. Then like I said, I'm gonna save here. It's kind of does have my interest, but it's getting late. So I'm gonna save here and call it, and then we can start off with this feast here. Alright, I thank you all for coming. If you're watching this on YouTube and you enjoyed it, be sure to leave a like and share this with anybody else that you think might enjoy this. And if you'd like the chance to chill with me again, be sure to hit that subscribe button and bell notification icon to hopefully be notified of when I'll be live again. As for when I'll be live again, I don't know right now. I want to say tomorrow, but there's a possibility that things might happen tomorrow. So I'm not too sure at this time, but I usually keep everyone up to date on those matters, at least of the next stream, on the posts tab of my community, the posts ab of my YouTube channel. And if you guys are watching this on Twitch, you all know what to do. Speaking of Twitch, let me try and find somebody to raid out to. Okay. Okay. Not there. So let's try and find someone streaming Genshin. Because we do need something to probably relax you guys a bit. Okay, let's see, not you. Okay. That's too big. Okay, that person's just getting started. Don't know about that person. Well, I think we'll try and raid the person that's just starting here. No. We are going to be raiding a Yukari Yukim. They seem to be doing some grinding to get one of the new characters that are supposed to be out later tonight, at least later tonight for me. Not too sure about everyone else here, but it'll be Yukari Yukim. Not too sure how they are. So this is just a trial run for us all. Anyway, give them my regards and tell them we'll be there when I can. And with that out of the way, I thank you all again for coming. Bye.